Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Hi, Pinky.
Hey,
Me,
hello. I don't understand. Where are the subtitles?
oh yeah, I forgot that's a thing there. EP, same. EP contest? There's nothing the whole contest over. I mean, first one to fall. Nah, I cannot fall asleep now. Mio EP should not be EP. Sabaton. Well, for maybe maybe not, maybe not. But there's a Sabaton I've been planning, right? I've been mentioning this a lot. Now 6 a.m. Oh god. It's like you EP? Kinda. I did have a lot of coffee this morning, so hopefully that helps. Like I specifically ordered a coffee that's more how do you say gao? I don't know how to explain what gao is. More let's see. Gao nong thick? Coffee that's more thick? I don't know. I mean usually I order kopi peng gao ma, you know. I mean you don't know, but kopi peng gao gao coffee strong, black strong, deep tea. Huh? Why is there tea? No, there's no tea. I mean, tea is great when it's paired up with lemon. Yeah, it's great. Tash? What's a tash? I am confused. Oh god. Okay, so also sorry about that. Sunday stream is back. Yay. I can stream on Sunday again. I forgot to mention this on Discord. The T without E. But why? What would it be? Yeah, Sunday, yay. You know, I don't know. I'm look I should be awake. I woke up at 7. I should be awake. But I'm not. Oh, maybe I didn't. Also, yeah, I woke up at 7 now these days, trying to wake up a little bit earlier than usual, so that I have more time to prepare for stuff, I guess. Oh wait, let me go back. This one. This one is amazing. So yeah, I woke up early so that I have more time to do family things. But yeah, it's more or less finished. The shop is officially closed, and the key has been handed over to the new owner, the land, right? So the land is now sold. Not only the shop. So yeah, I mean, it's not really a bad thing. I honestly see this as like kind of a thing to be celebrated, to be honest, since the shop has not been doing well for the past few years, right? For the past few years, numbers are going down quite scarily, so we weren't able to make even net profits, right? It was tough, but now the shop is sold, the land is sold. I see this as a good thing, you know, an actual good thing. Praise new owner, maybe. Yeah, I wonder what they're gonna do with that. It's like a good piece of land too. It's big. It's at the corner, you know, the road, and then on the T junction, the corner, you know, very visible by pretty much every passing by car. So like that's a good placement of a piece of land. So I wonder what they're gonna do about it. The land that we had, it's like it's at the corner area, T junction, right? T junction corner area, and then it's not. We didn't even fully utilize the whole land because I don't know, because right, I actually don't know the reason since I'm not there a lot. But there is like a huge place that is just like overgrown grass with whatever shit that's in there. It's not been touched for years, obviously. I don't know why, but now it's not of our concern. The lot is sold, and it's now up to the new owner to see what they do. Actually, kind of excited, right? See what they do about that. We never know, right? We never know. But yeah, the celebration. Speaking of celebration, tonight there's a family dinner. So it's not badminton or goodminton, excuse me. There's no goodminton, but there is a family dinner. Right, there is a family dinner tonight. Like I said, some sort of a celebration. It's like, sure, why not? You know, why not? I think it's a good thing. I don't feel as terrible as I was last week anymore. Despite, you know, me being, you know, I believe I mentioned this multiple times already. Last week I got verbally abused like crazy, but last week, and then I basically just shout and like just push it off. And it's like, yeah, sure, whatever. It's a time bomb. But this week I honestly am feeling a lot better. So yeah. New on the new grass. Oh god. I mean, I don't know if leaving the grass there is a good idea or not. I don't know what they're gonna do about it. It's all up to them. Didn't looking forward to it or nah? Yes, I'm actually looking forward to it. I want to play Baldur's Gate. I'm gonna. Yeah. I forgot to mention. I mentioned Sunday stream is back, right? Yeah, Sunday stream is back. And another thing I forgot to mention for Discord, but I did mention on stream on Monday, which is September 14th to September 22nd. I will not be here. I will have a little forced vacation with mom to Kuching. So yeah, it's forced. I didn't want to go, to be honest. Me would be like, if they hurt you again, we'll come to Malaysia and tell them opinion, but far away, family not easily. Like, yeah, look, I appreciate the sentiment, I really do. That, honestly, you knowing that I have a safe space here, I have sort of like a backbone or backup here, honestly makes me feel a lot better, and it just makes me want to do this even more, and honestly want to improve my stream even more. So yeah, you away too? Being forced to take to a vacation because my grandparents on my mom's side misses me. Right, misses me. They keep, they keep calling my mom. It's like Ubi ne. They call me Ubi na ho. It's like Ubi ne. Are you ngai or it's like I miss him so much. When am I gonna go see them? So mom is like, all right, guess we're going to Kuching. Oh, it is also my grandparents' 100th birthday. My grandpa's 100th birthday. So I'm being brought there sort of against my will, but I'm not gonna complain too much because mom is great, the family over at Kuching is great. So yeah. Mino sleeps so very little filter on. So we write like that. I get that. I get that. When I sleepy typing, yeah, I'm pretty much just type gibberish as well. Interesting. Vacations in culture here not happen like that. 100 big age. It's a huge age. 3 digits. Like that's strong. That's a strong man right there. But yeah, that's pretty much the things that I kind of want to update a little bit. Age 100. Big age 100. Yeah, digit 100. 3 digit. Okay, let's see. Oh, one little thing. Another thing. I'll open up Baldur's Gate while I'll talk about this. See this? I've been playing Terraria back. Oh my god. There's visuals. Thank you, Pinky. Terraria with mods. I'm playing as a kobold. Pretty much the same, the kobold named Tylra, because why not? Loving it, and it feels like it's because I'm a kobold. My mining speed is like times 1,000. I don't know. Like I don't. The mining speed is insane, insane. Like new cave music. Oh, I changed nothing about the music other than just like new races like kobold, dragonkin, some other ones. I don't think I downloaded much. Yeah, it's just those. A new race. And some dragon things, I believe. Oh wait, no, that's broken. T-mod loader is 1.4.4. The mod requires 1.4.3. times 1,000 mentions like a walking nuclear underground Steve army with pickaxes. Nah, that's an exaggeration, but it's like, I remember when I first played Terraria, the mining is so slow. Like each swing of pickaxe is one hit, and then there's cobalt, like it's so fast. Turn this off, very important. Always need to check that because I don't remember what I did. I'll use spoilers window, it's fine. Okay, double check performance, audio, boom, there it goes. Dynamic range high, yes. Okay, all good. The Dark Urge. So last time we stopped at, I found a new place where I can go, and I pretty much stopped there because I'm very hungry. And now we're back. But yeah, the Cobalt Terraria, the Cobalt in Terraria is kind of adorable. There's curved horn as well, and I matched the color, well, sort of matched the color scheme with, you know, the Cobalt they're seeing on screen right now. It's kind of cute. I kind of like it. You know, the Cobalt in Terraria has quite a boop-boo snoot. a boop-boo snoot. Very adorbs. I approve. Very, very nice. So yeah, yesterday I sort of lost control a little bit and started playing like, I believe 6 straight hours of... more or less. I sort of like, thank you.
Kobold, whoops, whoops, laugh here, mskiosk, meow, meow, cookleidniktion, less than 3.
Less than 3. Thank you, Pinky. Oh my god. 24 months is 2 years. Holy shit. Amazing. Thank you again. Oh my god. Big appreciated, Sabu. I think those are supposed to be words. Probably. I can sort of understand those a little bit. a tad bit, you know, a tad bit. Yeah, way big. Terraria make play long. Yeah, like I said, I sort of lost control there, and you know, I wanted to dig more because Cobalt digs really fast. So fast to a point I, in 6 hours time, I already have I have a platinum bow, I have tungsten or iron pickaxe, one of them, I forgot. Tin things, I think? I don't remember, but yeah. I have all those stuff. And then it took me like 2 hours to remember how to place doors. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Who are you? Oh, they're low level? Let's go. Oh, I don't like them. Ugh. The harpy can make a multi-attack if the target is lured. What is a lured? I don't know. I mean, they're not that strong. I'm pretty sure I can just save my spell slots and just be safe about all these. Yeah. Ignis! That's not that good. Yum! Alright, let me block you real quick.
Time to push my luck again.
Oh, wait, I'm out of spell slots. I'm just gonna bonk him. Boom! Oh my god! Boom! Get kicked. Also, picking up goal weight was 56 kilogram first until April, but friends were like, oh no! So now me aiming for 64 or something. Oh, you're trying to gain weight? I'm trying to lose weight to no avail. I'm still 101 kilogram. It's like... Lose weight? Huh? Oh, your goal is to get to 56 and then friends were like, no. So now you're aiming for... I misunderstood you. My bad. I'm sorry. But man, 56 is kind of a little... Oh shit. Oh. Who are these things? They are charisma. TX? Dollar? Oh my god, critical miss? Oh, there's 4 of them. Oh, that's bad. Dang it. Sorrowful Lash? Oh, I can pull someone per turn thing. Okay. All right, I'm mad. I'm pissed. Yeah, I want to kill you. Come here. Come here. Eat shit. Maybe one more? Yeah. We good, we good. That's right, that's right. Think I'm scared? Nuh-uh. I'll kill you. Oh my god. No more eagerness? Okay, do. Corrosive strike. On this one, perhaps. Yeah. Damage. We'd love to see it. Okay, this is good.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Oh yeah, I have Bless. I forgot I have Bless. Now I'll just bonk you. Bonk. Oh my god, I suck. I pressed the wrong button. Thanks, game. They hurt. Nah, don't. Oh shit, damage. Are we all lured? Oh, I have no action? Casting spells is blocked. Oh, because I'm pissed, okay. Nuh-uh. Will kill. Cool. Hi, Cloud. Why is it suddenly a harpy trying to kill me? E.G. Oh, I don't have short rest anymore? Use Piston as weapon. And me might also have mount height dysphoria. Too tall.
Meat meat I am a sheep said meat meat I am a sheep.
But surgery too expensive, so... Oh, that's on how doing. Dysphoria is not fun, to be honest. I don't like it. I think I have gender dysphoria.
Meow meow, I'm a cow.
Meep. Does sheep meep and does cow meow? Oh, we're in a harpy's nest.
Very well.
Emotional damage.
Hmm? Yes, Ame, real boy, do you want to do skateboard? I have no idea what I've read. I have zero clue. Polished dagger. No surprise. Well, you're gonna have a bit of a build up to it. It's gonna be tough to scare me when I'm not playing a horror game. Oh, incoming ad break in 1 minute 50 seconds, it says. Very sure mine is not too strong, maybe it doesn't even fall the condition. I think your gender situation is a stronger feeling. You know, I'm not gonna downplay it. I think it's very strong, yeah. At least I do kind of believe that it's pretty strong.
Sharp as ever. Checking things out.
All's well that ends not as bad as it could have.
I think me having this gender dysphoria is also because of like how my family treats me and how my family treats my other sisters as well. Like that's a huge strong thing about HRT. I've been dreaming about it for quite a bit already. Yeah. Very made a huge influence. Very. This may sound like a dumb. This may sound like a dumb reason for me to like consider, you know, being trans and also like having gender dysphoria and stuff like that. I just feel like me as a male, me being biologically male, just being mistreated all the time in the family. We both gender bash. I mean, that's why me envy. Envy sounds good too. That's why I'm like, I consider myself like envy and also, well, also trans. Inscrutable journal and I'm sorry? It's long since I've written, a lot has happened. First, some good news. Maggie Two Fingers won't be bothering you anymore. I paid her back in full. I'm sorry. She should never have got your name in the first place. Now for the bad news. My love, I'm not coming home. Not for a while at least. The money came from a mercenary group, probably best I don't give their name, and I've agreed to a couple jobs in Icewind Dale in return. They paid me up front because, gods, it's so strange to write it. Because they needed a warlock, they needed me. I took the deal to Cambio unoffered. I'm not going to say I had no choice because that would be a lie, but I don't regret it. I'm a new man. I feel strong and for the first time in my life. Aside from being awoken in the middle of the night by the smell of sulfur, he likes to drop by to see how everything's going. I have no complaints. If you don't reply to this letter, I understand. And if you don't want me to come back at all, well, I understand that too. I love you, Miriam, and I want you to be happy, even if it's not with me. Edmund. Males were disgusting pigs who violated females, were irrational and considered harmless to a point. Almost all meanness accused and excused and tolerated. Me want to be like neither. Yeah, I can see that. Apparently it's a pretty common thing I don't like. Feels like there's no, what? Gender equality? What? We follow Musharib instructions so far, but something feels odd. We've encountered no creatures along the way, only alien noises from all directions, sleep evaders, and the muck on my boots have hardened into a permanent feature. Hopefully we find it. Lost more hair this morning. I knew there were side effects to coming back, but I didn't expect it to be so. Erak. I hear him laughing. The lamentations of the ones droning like a chorus. What is the purpose of this hellhole? He speaks through the walls, the ceiling, the floor. Is he a tomb? Is he On the last legible page is a crudely drawn charcoal outline of a bearded devil's face, its mouth agape in a silent scream. What? Ooh. Color spray? Blind creatures up to a combined 33 hit points. Wow. It's a per battle thing? To me, my thought was along the expectations of being like shackles, but the equality also sucks a bit currently. Ah. I get that. They scream not for ice cream? That's sad. Ice cream for ice cream. I want ice cream. Actually, ice cream sounds amazing right now. What a jump. Boob ice cream, ayo. This is the best you could do, I'll take it. Oh, this is Murkon. Who's Miriam again? Why do I feel like I know the name Miriam? Why do I feel like I've seen the name Miriam? Miriam Castlevania? Not really. In this game. Maybe that's why HRT is no thought for me, because what is MB HRT even supposed to be in neutral? Yeah, I mean...
That's curious.
Yeah, NB is just being neutral. Ooh. Shiny? Wait, that's it? You know what? I think now would be a good time to, how to say this? What am I looking at? It's a good idea to start from like the starting area again, see if I'm missing anything. Yeah, let's try it. Good idea too. Me neutral, just pinky, the pinky, and I respect that. Yeah, backtracking. I really don't want to like miss anything here, to be honest.
Nice idea.
Have I opened up this one? It's still locked. What? I opened it up. Have I not been here before? I used heavy key. Alright, cool.
Something good here, I hope. Trap. Trap. That's so much trap. Hello? Am I dead? Looks like a trap there.
Ooh, how? What the fuck? There's so many traps here. What the fuck? Wow. Oh god. That door has been taunting for ages. Finally, secret solved? I don't remember. Wait, let me check who is... Okay, Shadar is still fine. What is that supposed to be? You know, this room, very kill. Seems safe for now. Oh my god. I'm pretty sure the button's gonna kill me, but at the same time, this sarcophagus is gonna kill me as well. Look at that. It's a trap. I'm not gonna press the button.
Trap. Time to dance.
Oh, coin. One detail.
Looks like a trap there.
How would Dragonborn wear normal boots? I mean, she's wearing it. Can't really see the Dragonborn feet as much. I cannot zoom in at that particular spot, but I guess it's possible to wear it normally. Okay, let me disarm this. Okay. It's sleight of hand. Small, truly very humanoid. I don't like it. Do I need to disarm all of these as well before I open up all these before I open up this sarcophagus? How many trap disarm kit I have? 7? 1、2、3、4、5、6. There's 6 of them. I have 7 of them. Sure, why not? Oh. Okay. Okay. Very nice, very easy. I'm too stonk. I'm very sleight of hand. Oh god. Oh god. Oh. It lets out grease? Oh god. 4. Thank you. Oh my god. We take those. Well, we disarm, but there's a grease now. Oh my god, not again. 4, 4, 4. Oh my god. I hate it. Ugh. Why is there grease though? Oh wait, the gargoyle statue. I'm gonna assume these things spit fire when I open up the sarcophagus. Yeah, I'm disarming all of these, I don't care. Alright. Oh my god, why? 1! Oh my guidance! Not like... Oh, I hate it. Oh my god. Thank you. Also, there's these. So, the gargoyle head. There's so much more? Okay, where's my guidance? I'm gonna die. Oh, nothing happened. Did you fall down, Shadowheart? Is that why I don't have guidance? Wow. You know, I'm gonna go open up the sarcophagus. If I assume right, the... the gargoyle head will spit fire. Do it. Roxisu!
You were too stinky to be guidance by God.
Nah, it's not God, it's Shadowheart. Thank you, subscriber Roxisu, oh my god. How you doing, Stinky? Hey, I hope I don't die. I'm gonna save, I'm gonna save. Thanks for the supple. Please don't kill me. Oh. Okay, okay. It's a spear. Death's Promise. When the spear misses the target, the wielder next attack roll against the target gains True Strike. True Strike? The spellcaster has advantage on attack rolls against this creature. Okay. Should her power come from God? I guess. Never played cleric. What does it scale actually? I don't know. It seems like the damage I'm dealing right now is still the same as before. Kinda. Oh, wait, I know this place. This is where I found the... Yipsislin. Okay, that's your new name, Roxas. Sorry, Yipsis. The Book of Dead Gods here, right? Yeah, this is where I found the book. Should probably do a short rest here. Oh, I don't have short rest, but long rest? Wisdom? You mean the main attribute? Yeah, wisdom.
Still alive, so that's progress.
This'll be me.
Have I not pressed the button before?
Something over there.
What do you mean, just a button? This looks like a door. This looks like a room, right? This could be very well... Yeah, this is gonna open up this door. Oh, oh, fuck. Hi? Am I gonna die?
Health. Something just woke up down here.
My friend said INT from self-study. Wisdom borrowed
Let them
power.
come. The darkness can be to our advantage.
Are you sure about that? Charisma self-talent? Oh my god. Wisdom is borrowed power? I mean, yeah, cleric borrow from God, I guess. Oh. Wait, they only have... Oh, they're only level 2. They're only level 2. Oops.
Breathe deep and move.
Is this new playthrough? No, it's a previous it's the same playthrough. I just backtracking and see if I'm missing anything. And apparently I missed this one.
Focus.
Ignis. Oh my god, you suck. This is missing too much. Well, I'm not... I didn't know there's a button there. Okay.
Heating up.
How can I know? Yeah, I'm pissed. Yeah. Me is am very angry. Run. Yeah, it's level 2, I know. I didn't know this is a thing. I'm sorry. I didn't know there's something here. I only see 3 enemies. Okay. Hey, run, 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 run.
This is my time.
What are you? Are you strength? Your constitution, okay. What do you mean you have to be there?
Making my move.
Mala tik tik tik. Tolo. Ooh, damage. Don't hit me. Hit. Get bonked. Oh, I didn't see you. Not like this. Oh my god, speed. Oh, that's you? Oh god, I'm being silenced. I will not be silenced. Oh my god, they never miss, do they? Gonna dash.
Another step forward.
Look at that, just like that, I can hit them now. Hello. Do you not have attack opportunity?
Moving.
Oh, okay. Ignis! Oh my god. Kill? Kill? Oh my god, Carla, what are you doing?
Knees high.
The blade will not bend. Coming through.
Tolok. Ichi, Tolok OP. Mages don't kill, Ignis does. And it's amazing at killing. Ignis! Reapply intelligence? Let's go. Again? There's two silence aura. Hey, how you doing?
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Let's finish this.
Path is interrupted, that's why. Ichi. Or just use cheat magic with Eldritch Blast. Yeah, Eldritch Blast is OP. Lurk, brainy short rest from writing. Yeah. Have good rest. Take your time. You dislike Gale?
Give for a good rest about now.
Oh my god, Leboop. He feels so fake. he feels so yip. I don't know about that. I mean, honestly, I don't dislike Gale.
A lot of effort to hide one sarcophagus.
Speak with dead. Hey yo. In that case, I recommend Gale instead. It's like he's wearing a mask. I mean, I kind of get why he is like that after traveling with him a little bit. Yeah. I get a little bit. But still, I prefer Karlach.
Here lies the guardian of tombs. Through knowledge comes atonement.
Knowledge. This is gonna kill me, right? Oh. Oh, just like that. Okay. Your first choice is Will. Will is okay. Karlach. Shadowheart is just here because she's like the first character we encounter. At least after the Nautiloid. Shadowheart feels too kind at the beginning. Are you... She's the opposite. She's the opposite of kind. She's already hiding something from you in the beginning. Literally the first thing he does is to hide something from you. Remember when she go back to the part just to get the artifact? Yeah, that one. Ow. Ow.
Moving ahead.
Huh? Is it just me or is the Mind Flayer gone? Did I not squish the Mind Flayer's head? Are they actually not dead? The Mind Flayer is gone. But at least, you know, she's hiding it. It gets to play off as a role like Elstan. I don't know what it's called. Oh, hi. I know who you are.
Ah, hello again. Still alive, I see.
As are you. Perhaps we should try go travel together. It's the rogue. He's gonna be missing a lot of things. Do I trust you? You know, I'm gonna send you to my camp. As are you. Perhaps we should travel together.
Tempting, but your party seems a little crowded right now. I like to have my space.
You're welcome at my camp then.
I was ready to go this alone, but maybe sticking with the herd isn't a bad idea. Safety in numbers, after all. And I hate to turn down an invitation. All right. Maybe I'll see you there. Good luck.
As he leaves, you're flooded with visions of a perfect, pretty corpse.
What? What's that even mean? You haven't get him? Because okay, you want explanation? Get ready. Okay. I was ready to recruit a team of 4 Dragonborn, myself included, right? So that's why I was trying to turn down everyone that is not a Dragonborn. And apparently he's the first one I turned down. And I can never see him again. And apparently now I see him again, so good, right? But I didn't know I can just send people I don't like to camp. And after a while, I didn't know that there's no way to recruit Dragonborn. Where's the food? There's no way. I wanted. I find withers. Withers like, okay, I'll let you hire some hirelings, and then all the hirelings are stinky, no Dragonborn. It's like, fuck, I hate it. This game has a huge lack of Dragonborn, and I fucking hate it. She not recruiting stinky skills. Yeah. Only stinky Dragonborn. I'm not saying that. Should I? You know what? I should probably bring Astarion with me. How about that? Who should I throw away, Will?
The pride of the gate.
Will. Yeah, let's throw Will away. Astarion uses what? Dagger? So Astarion's gonna like this then. Throw Will like gum wrapper. Throw Will because he makes the game too easy? Really? I mean, to be fair, the Eldritch Blast plus the Hex does make him feel very fucking strong, not gonna lie. Throw game and praise skill. Throw game and praise skill. Never.
No time to rest.
I should buy a strong weapon for... Is that that? No, it's not that. That's a spear! How is it a spear? I already praised Lazen. You mean Lazel?
Sharp as ever.
Deal? On what? I don't have dagger. And maybe I should I should let Astarion use this.
Looking ahead.
Okay, let's think about this for a little bit. Yeah. Sleepy me sucks at negotiate.
Blade at the ready.
It's okay, all good. Don't worry about it. Heavy crossbow, yeah. Send to Shalaha. Okay, let's get to camp.
All is ash and meat.
Astarion has a certain swagger, don't you find? An interesting fellow. Nice hair to boot.
Nice hair.
Are you sure? The blade stands at the ready.
On second thought, remain here. I'll come for you if I need to.
And just when things were warming up.
Quick mod that have all Dragonborn. Show me the mod, please.
I've got my eye on that rogue. For a few reasons. He's not infernal, at least. But there's something else about him. Let's hope whatever's going on under that impressive mop is good news.
Impressive mop. Save file edit. Edit what?
Another joins our merry band. We'll need to keep our wits sharp around him, I think.
I'm sorry, the helmet just breaks me. Lazel.
The imperious elf's got the red eyes and pale skin of a white. And I'm not convinced he's any more trustworthy.
Why do you guys hate Astarion so much? He's hot. Kinda. But still not a dragonborn, but I'll bite.
You know, I've been thinking, and I think there's something I should tell you. Nothing big or terrible, just a small little detail about me that hasn't come up naturally. It's just that I happen to be a... what's the best way to put this? A vampire.
I was right all along then. Well, yes, obviously. But you've been walking in the sun this whole time. Yeah. And I should just trust you not to bite me. I would understand Eve or leave. No. But you've been walking in the sun this whole time.
And by rights, I should be cinders, blowing in the wind. But something's protecting me. The same something that's kept us from turning into mind flayers, no doubt. But that's neither here nor there. What matters is everything's out in the open now. Because we trust each other.
I absolutely categorically do not trust you. Leave my party, leave my camp. If I ever see you again, just stick to the chest. Oh my god, it's so mean. We're a team, we need each other.
Exactly. I knew I could rely on you. Just like you can rely on me. Now, was there anything else?
I need you in my party. Will you travel with us?
Darling, I thought you'd never ask. Lead on.
Yay! Astarion is level 1! Okay, it's gonna take a while, alright? It's gonna take a while to level up Astarion. Like NPC wise or like origin character wise, I'm not gonna multi-class them. Although I know Dark Urge is also origin character, but still, you know what I mean. Oh, nothing to do? Cool. Cunning action, hide, dash, and disengage. Oh! Wait, I can hide as a bonus action? Dude, okay. Let him suck. Vampires suck, right? I mean... They do. Literally. Right? I like how it went from, I don't want you. Fine, have you away. Oh, okay, weeks later, come. Okay, we now trust each other very much. I'm a vampire. Immediately. Subclass. What? Why do you have spells? You are a thief. Why do you have why do you have cantrips? Oh, subclass. Okay. Thief. Thief gives me additional bonus action. Second story where you master the art of falling and gain resistance to falling damage. Okay. No arcane trickster, I hate it. SSN. Your deadliest against unprepared enemies. In combat, you have advantage on attack rolls against creature that hasn't taken a turn yet. Ooh. Any successful attack roll against a surprise creature is a critical hit. Ooh. Quick as an alley cat in the rain dark city. You immediately restore your action and bonus action at the start of combat. Is this even that good? I mean, ambush is good, but extra bonus action though. I cannot turn down a good extra bonus action. I'm taking this one. New feat, okay. What was the thief one? Alert? You gain a +5 bonus to initiative and cannot be surprised. You gain armor proficiency with light armor and your strength and dexterity increases by 1 to a maximum of 20. Dexterity... Wait, that will make it 18. That's really good, right? Lucky? You gain 3 luck points, which you can use to gain advantage on attack rolls, ability checks, or saving throws, or to make an enemy reroll the attack rolls. Mage Slayer, Magic Initiative, Martial Adept. You learn 2 maneuvers for the Battlemaster subclass and gain a superiority die to fill them. Subclass, Battlemaster. Your superiority dice are D8, so you have 1. At fighter level 10, these dice become D10. I'm not fighter. Moderately armored. Armor proficiency with medium armor and shields, and your strength actually increase to 1. You gain musical instrument proficiency. Charisma increased by 1, maximum 20. When making weapon attacks, you roll your damage dice twice and use the... Oh. Oh, I think this is good for Astarion, question mark? Sentinel? Nah, sharpshooter. Do not receive penalties for high ground rules. Range weapon attacks with weapons you are proficient with had a -5 penalty to the attack roll, but deal an additional 10 damage. Huh. I kinda want Savage Attack. This one just seems too good. Gain advantage, right? No, I roll dice twice and use the high. It's pretty much just advantage, so I forever have advantage on them. Cool, yes. What's that? Uncanny dodge. Use your lightning quick reflexes to protect yourself. When the attack hits you, you only take half the usual damage. Oh, is Thief tank now? Am I tank? This seems really strong. It's a class feature. Okay. Astarion sounds like a beast right now. Okay, so what do I want to give him? Two rings. Oh, I forgot about the Sentient Amulet. Amulet of Lost Voices. Well, you can have this. Now I want to look at Astarion's face. There we go. Spell Silk Armor. You can have this back. Dagger and short bow. Oh yeah, the bow. You can have this. 4 to 11, not bad. You can have this heavy crossbow. Two to 11, alright. And the fall, you can have this one now. I think I sold all the amulets. You can have this for now. Weapon wise, I don't think I have a dagger for him. Alright, time to go shopping. Gonna go shopping a little bit.
Just so you know, I don't judge you for what happened to that bard, Alfira. But the look of guilt on your face was priceless.
Oh, so Astarion is trying to catch up with everything that has happened. Okay, okay. I glad you had fun watching me sweat. I didn't do that, I swear. Something strange is happening to me.
I don't care, really. But you could have been more subtle about it.
Tell me about yourself.
Oh, what's to tell? I'm a magistrate back in the city. It's all rather tedious.
What do you think is waiting for us at Moonrise Towers?
Who knows? Drow? Mind flayers? Death? Hopefully not ours. But maybe answers. If we can convince the right people to talk.
Why do you speak so hotly, Astarion? Oh my god. Oh my god, Astarion, excuse me.
You know what I really miss about Baldur's Gate? The food. Freshest fish I've ever had.
I don't care for fish. Red meat, now, that's a different matter. Rare as can be. Dripping.
Oh my god.
Well, unless we find a cure, you won't have any teeth to chew it with soon enough.
I like it. They should talk more. It's the world building. I've come to bargain, and by that I want to take all your money.
It'll take a while for us all to recover. Of course.
What do you have? When you use your channel off spells, you gain heroism. There's no channel off. Protection from evil and good. Lightning blast. They don't provoke opportunity attacks. Misty step. Oh, this one is not bad. 1d4 bonus to throw damage. We don't need that. Armor is good. Githyanki crossbow. Do you not have a strong dagger? Oh my god. Oh wait, spear is versatile? Ooh, I kinda like spear. I want to use the spear. Why do I have 2 wyvern toxin? Why is there 2 wyvern toxin? Help? Oh, can I not choose multiple things here? Oh no. Yeah, I think that's not bad, right? That's all the money. Well, not all the money, but that's all the money. Finesse longsword. Yes, a melody. The sword hums in anticipation, ready to burst into maddening shrieks or bolstering song. No mod yet? You mean no mod for Dragonborn? Is there a mod that lets me recruit Dragonborn? Is that what you're trying to say? Only way stay for custom? Oh god. How do you even create custom? Oh, it's a hand crossbow. Three people join and then you just continue that file? Oh. But then there will be no conversation and stuff like that, right? Because they are not like origin characters. Hmm. I mean, it's a trade-off, I guess. Only yourself, yeah. If you want, we could do it with my team. What? Like we both play 2 Dragonborn, you mean? Question mark? I'm playing 4-player? What? How?
May you keep.
I'm trying to find dagger.
Goblins are such vile little parasites.
Not the vilest any of us have seen of late, unfortunately.
4 people playing, so we can help you have 3 custom. But it's a new game though. I guess I don't mind playing a new game. I guess. Omelum.
I greet you, son child.
Just let you know. Alright. I'll if they're online. You help me make one? Ooh. Pearleston Restoration. You can replenish expanded spell slots of your choice. Ooh, okay. They don't sell
May your travel.
daggers, do you?
Welcome back. Have you made... I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
No dagger.
Very well. How is your more personal research progressing?
They can change their class later, so just what looks they need. Yeah, that would be nice.
What? Now Balin's dead. I've got to get myself moving. You come across a noble stock mushroom about. You give it here. Gods know I've earned it.
Dagger +1? Okay, that's not bad, finally. The Hell of Thorns, what is that? The thorns deal 7 to 14 piercing damage to the target and then explode. The explosion deals additional 1 to 10 piercing. On missed thorns to explode, targets still take half damage from the explosion. That seems pretty strong. I'll have this. If the wearer heals a poisoned creature, it is no longer poisoned. Ooh, now I want this one for Astarion. Light crossbow and crossbow. All red dragon. How about all gold dragon? Oh my god, all of them is so golden. I mean, red. Can I change? Is there like? I mean, I know there's like pink purple coloration, which looks really good. I'm buying this as well. Money. Can Astarion use hand crossbow? Because if Astarion can, then why not dual use the hand crossbows, huh? Where's the fire stalker? There. This, where this. You need to think of the names. Oh god. This is gonna take a while then.
How delicious.
Oh, you're proficient? We win. Let's go dual wield hand crossbow. EG. And I have bonus. I have bonus. Yeah, I have 2 bonus actions, so I can hide and then shoot twice. Right? Twice. Invisibility ends early if you attack. Cast another spell, take an action, or take damage. Becomes invisible. Color spray. Mobile shot. Must have dash or disengage this turn. Maybe going Will Lazen Gale. You mean the team you want to go for? Question mark? Or name? I'm not gonna use that name. Can I like? Oh, that's nice.
What to do?
Oh, that's really nice. Okay, okay. Oh, I can see all the spells.
making me sweat.
Let's get going.
Get the two, not my liking one first. What do you mean? Okay, so I guess we're ready. I don't think there's anything else I can do right now. Like, I'm pretty sure I finished pretty much everything that's here.
What's so funny? You haven't got some laughing curse, have you?
I really made it out of Avernus. It's incredible.
All right, just keep it down. We're conspicuous enough without your hyena call.
Hyena call. Don't be like that, Astarion. Kara is just very happy about it. Oh, hyena call. Wait, have I not been here? Wait, I've been here, it's just like a bunch of traps. Man, I don't know if I'm ready to go to the next place. How about this place? Okay, yeah.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Go check if there's still black spots.
Do you have someone waiting for you in Baldur's Gate, Astarion? A sweetheart, perhaps?
Not one in particular. The city is a veritable feast of sweethearts.
You must be eager to get back then. Slimmer pickings out in this wilderness.
Don't make you get Astarion 2 and 3 of them at this like. Well, that's on you if you want to get them. I'm not gonna stop you getting 3 of the person that you don't like. You can get them. Uh-huh. I should probably do a long rest first. Yeah, I'm on a short rest and I don't have the spell to rest anymore. Yeah. Let's do a long rest. Scratchu! Oh my god, it's a Scratchu!
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Yeah. Hi, Scratchu. Oh my god, the best boy, best doggo. Oh my god, I love you, Scratchu! Oh, what an adorable doggo. I love Scratchu. Where's the cub? The owlbear is gone.
Soldier?
Something new? No? Alright. Oh god, the cub is gone. Wait, the cub is gone. No, not like this. Guys, help. What is this? I didn't do... Oh, okay, there it is.
You smell very delicious, but I will not bite you.
Pet. Ooh, more. You're so chunky looking.
Nice here.
Okay, same thing.
Yes.
Same thing. So chunky. Hey, Scratch.
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Yeah. Scratch who? Oh. God, isn't there no option to pet more in a single conversation? Hit the ball. Wee. Oh, Scratch who? Oh my god. I'll make myself the worst first playthrough experience. I mean, my first playthrough is playing the Dark Urge. Yeah, it's already terrible. I am absolutely terrified.
I hear you did the deed. How was your little romp?
What do you mean? Dark Urge the best playthrough? For you? Not me. What do you mean, romp? What does that even mean? Could have been better?
Oh dear. It was a flop. How disappointing. I hope next time you'll have higher standards when it comes to playmates. But you're not here to gossip. What can I do for you?
Oh, ROM. Oh, I think okay, okay.
Astarion's an interesting find. Let's hope any future acquaintances don't hold a blade to your throat by way of introduction.
Yeah.
You wish to speak?
Okay, still nothing new. Lazel?
Speak.
Nothing. Okay, so nothing's happening. Oh yeah, how can I forget about the most important character? Withers, how you doing?
Thy will, dost thou require a new ally?
Oh.
Or mayhaps a resurrection instead?
I found in a plague in the chapel that about the Guardian of Tombs. Is that you? Which tomb? Oh, is it the level 2 enemy there? Is that where I'm supposed to meet Withers? Is that where I'm supposed to meet this little skeleton here? Darker's kill is fun. in a way, it is. Is that you?
That is where I was housed, yes. And thou needst not know why.
Okay, I can respect your secrecy. Okay. Alright, how about hirelings? Scratchu! Oh.
Impossible. 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 Impossible.
Alright, nice talking to you. Oh yeah, I want to try using... wait, longsword... The spear. The spear is versatile? So do I get unarmed strike afterwards? I do! Oh, that's cool. That's kinda cool, no? I left a little jump back before the stab. It's so cool. Eek! I think I can end the day already. There's not much. If only I can sort by weight.
You don't sleep well, flitting between dreams and nightmares.
Not like this. Am I gonna kill someone
you wake
again?
up because you know something is wrong. Or maybe you just get lucky.
I know that.
Shit.
Shit. Shit.
No, it's not what it looks like. I swear. I wasn't going to hurt you. I just needed, well, blood.
There, in the dim firelight, you see him for what he really is. A vampire, a slave to sanguine hunger.
Pick up a stick and launch at the monster. Hey, yo, no la. I can't believe I didn't see it. We even found the boar you snacked on. What boar? How long since you killed someone? Days? Hours? Okay, let's ask the important question. Days? Hours?
I've never killed anyone. Well, not for food. I feed on animals. Boars. Deer. Kobolds.
Kobolds?
Whatever I can get.
You fuck, did you just...
Not if I have to fight. I feel so... weak. If I just had a little blood, I could think clearer. Fight better. Please.
There's kobolds in the game?
A strange sensation courses through you, and your companion's mind unfolds, secrets half revealed.
Push into his mind, searching the truth. Ah, no la. I don't care how much you need, you're not drinking my blood. Why didn't you tell me? You can have my blood. Oh, so there's kobold in the game? Is there actually kobolds in the game? Astarion says kobold! I need to play this game fast. I need to find a kobold! I need to find my brethren. Why did you tell me?
At best, I was sure you'd say no. More likely, you'd ram a stake through my ribs. No. I needed you to trust me. And you can trust me.
You tried to bite me. How can I trust you? Leave. If I ever see you again, I'll kill you. Do we let Astarion bite? I mean, Astarion says he needs a little blood. I can give a little blood to him. It might be a little painful though. It's not infectious, is it? Would I become a vampire as well? Is vampirism infectious? I might need to go Google for this.
Save.
Save? Okay, I'll save. Do I save in mid conversation? Is that okay? Look, if I also become vampire after I get bit by Astarion, bite is harmless. Hopefully it doesn't make me become a vampire as well, because I do love walking under the sun. You know, that's a big deal. I don't like walking around the dark. I don't like it. I hate the dark. You know what? I do. I believe you.
Thank you. Do you think you could trust me just a little further? I only need a taste. I swear.
Are you mad? No. Fine, but not to drop more than you need. Alright, but go too far, I'll drive a stake through your chest. Fine, but not to drop more than you need. Should I threaten him? It's like, it's still my blood. Right? It's still my blood. I want to threaten him, but not drive a stake through your chest kind of threaten. You know what I mean? Not that harsh, but you know, if I were her in this situation currently, I think I might say this. All right, I'll choose this one. I'll choose this one. Go too far, I'll drive a stake through your chest. Okay, Astarion? Deal? I'll fucking kill you if you go too far.
Ah.
Oh, approves? Okay.
I shall be gentle as a babe.
Okay.
Let's make ourselves comfortable, shall we?
Do I need to hide the screen? Alright. Ow.
It's like a shard of ice into your neck. A quick, sharp pain that fades to throbbing numbness. Your breath catches. Your pulse quickens.
That looks like it hurts. That looks wrong too. Then continue. Push him back. Melee attack. Whoa, dexterity and melee weapon proficiency. Grab the stick and drive into his heart. It's your choice, but if you do threaten him, I don't know. I can't even threaten in jest. Same. Let me continue. Maybe just one more, like one more continue. How about that? Just one more. I know this looks wrong, alright? Yeah, just one more. If there's a third chance, I'll like persuade them off, okay?
You lean into him, losing yourself. You can feel your blood
Am I died?
coursing through both your bodies. A gentle, numb feeling starts to spread.
I'm dead. Let yourself drift away. No, too much. Stop! It's too much. Oh fuck! I'm dead. No wait. Yeah, I had a feeling. Well, there goes my blood. There goes me. Goodbye.
You can hear how weak your voice is. So can he. But he doesn't care. He's long past caring. You feel a little cold, but that's all. There's no more pain,
I'm dead.
no more fear, no more struggle.
I'm dead.
It's all over.
I'm dead. God damn it, Astarion. You killed me! Let Astarion bite you, ouch. I'm actually dead!
Something terrible's happened.
I'm actually dead! Hey yo, fuck you, Astarion, how could you? Hey, walao, why you kill me? Use your scroll to revive me, you fuck. Get me up.
My wounds are too much to bear.
Yeah, I'm sure you have something to tell me, Astarion, you fuck. Hi, Brecky.
You're here. Thank goodness. I was worried about you.
Oh, were you?
You looked a little ill last night, but you've certainly recovered.
I was dead. Ill? You killed me.
Killed feels like a strong word. Not many corpses have your vigor. Now, I admit I got carried away last night. I apologize.
You compensate me with something?
But look at you now. Perfectly healthy.
1 health.
So let's not fall out over this. We still need each other, after all.
I kind of want to kill you. Do we? Why should I keep you around? I got killed! The fucking Astarion. Look, as good looking as he is, I don't know how I feel about getting sucked to death. Yeah? Hope you're doing well, Brecky. let's ask this, you know. Let's stand our ground for a little bit, okay? Do we? Why should I keep you around?
A strong, well-fed vampire? I'm a powerful weapon. You'd be a fool to toss me aside now. Anyway, last night was an aberration. It will never happen again. What do you say? Can we let bygones be bygones?
Well, you killed me. Alright, but you can't drink people's blood from now on. Yeah, don't drink people's blood.
What? Look, I swear I won't come after yours. But anyone's? You know what I am now. I can fight with all my weapons, teeth included. And if I happen to drain the occasional bandit during a fight, what's the harm? They're just as dead.
No, you can't feel people, animals only. Okay, fine. Sounds good. Glad we could agree.
As am I. I'm starting to feel a little peckish already.
Fucking... I just long rested. I have no help. I didn't. Yeah, the thing is I didn't get a rest. I did not rest. That's the funny thing. I did not get a rest. What the fuck? This game sucks. I have no spell slots. Okay, at least I can get key points back. Darker sucks at resting. Well, it doesn't help if I'm dead when I'm resting. I kick him out and I'll lunge hug you. Oh shit, I should have kicked him out. I'll take the lunge hug. Hey, hi Will.
Well met.
Met well. What classmates say is true, dying is bad for health. I'm sure it is.
What's on your mind?
I'm sure it's absolutely terrible when you die, you know. It's really bad for health, to say the least, right? To say the least. Oh, Scratchu! Look at you, legs in the wall. I love you so much.
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Yeah. I did die last night, but it's okay. Because we are Scratchu! Oh my god. Best boy Scratchu. Scratch.
You smell very delicious, but I will not bite you.
It.
More.
Ooh, more. Cute. Alright, let's journey forth to find kobolds, shall we? How else can I heal other than drinking potions? I don't use short rest right after I long rested. Just drink a few. Oh my god, the heals are terrible. Okay, fine. Let's leave the camp, we're ready. Rest, I heard it heals. I'm sure it does, but I don't... No one has expanded any spell slots or anything yet, other than me. Especially over the night.
Midges. Ugh. Shouldn't nature be beautiful and serene? It looks so nice in the upper city parks.
Upper City, huh? Swish. Never spent much time there myself.
I'll happily take you if we survive this Bug's banquet.
Sounds good. I've always been curious what a patriarch looks like.
Patriot Lou? Wow. I mean, honestly, I will be curious about toilets as well. If I go to like a very first class place, I'll be curious about it. Like 100%. Mysterious hole. Oil lamp. Curious book. A lamp, you say?
What? Seems like someone liked their books to have a twist.
What kind of...
Maybe a bit of a drinking problem.
Maybe a bit of drinking problem. Dying there was kind of funny, not gonna lie. I didn't expect to, like, after a long rest to see a corpse like can't move dead. Just kind of funny. Oh fuck, that was great. While not in combat, regain half. Oh, I forgot about this. What? Cool.
Trace of magic on it.
Really now? There's no combine. Also, let me open this one. Sorting options. Wait. I'm just gonna send all these to camp. It's gonna take a while. Give me a second. But I found out this is the fastest way to do it. You have a personal chest at camp. Use it to store items you don't want to carry or exploring. Oh, that's it? Cool, look at that! Oh, no balsam. Granada? Fungal bamboozler. Inhaling the wrong spores can dissolve even the sharpest intellect into fizzling confusion. Oh, am I gonna like make them like hee hee ha ha all the way? Bam, whip grenade. Suspension of spider silk. Ashes of fire amber. Sure. Homebrewer? Okay. There's spider silk. Oops. Malice? Malice? What do you do? This vial contains a fine powder that resembles smoke when shaken or tossed into enemies' eyes. Oh. Coat your active weapon with poison. Target must succeed a constitution saving throw or become blinded and poisoned. Whoa. That's not right. Why does it has a bonus action to this one? I'm gonna save again. Let me try to consume it here. There's no way there's like a lamp and then suddenly something like this doesn't put to the camp supply pack, you know what I mean? Drink. I'm drunk! I'm drunk!
An ordinary lamp. Not a trace of magic on it.
Okay, fine. Guess I was wrong. Why is that red? Bugbear? Oh yeah, wait.
Can't afford to stay idle.
Yeah, look at that. Good health.
I've got a long road ahead.
I think my brain is slowly working properly. Cool. You're now drunk, which means more powerful? Really? Oh, am I dead? Oh!
What the hell are you doing?
Hmm. Oh! Astro's face like, The face! Oh my god. If only I can zoom in the face. Let me see. Oh, I cannot click away. Can I? Oh, I can. Okay, wait, give me a second. Yeah, like... Shit. Wait, that's not it. This one. Okay, wait. It's just this face. It's just this face. And then there's Astarion's face like, She's amused. I think she's plenty amused here. Fuck. Oh, oops, sorry. Alright, there we go. I'm sorry, that's kind of funny. Bard persuasion. I mean, this is good, right? Do carry on. There's bookshops in Baldur's Gate that pay well for this kind of smut. Apologies, didn't mean to interrupt. Nah, I mean, I'm probably gonna die from this. Only the persuasion is the way out. Do carry on. I mean, if I say do carry on, do I need to hide the screen? I'm pretty sure I do. Let's do it. Hey, can you help me up here? Thank you. Fuck. No! I'm dead. They're gonna kill me. This is stupid. Well, here we go, I guess.
Smash! Oh, smash you!
Don't disturb a half ogre in the making.
I shouldn't be laughing, but still. Oh, fuck. I should probably wait outside for now.
On my way.
Ready.
Sorry, that was kind of funny. Oh, shit. More strength, dark vision, ogre's ma. Increase by 1d6, okay. Opportunity attack. So she's not resistant to anything. How about you? None? Okay. If cats don't like hugs, but cat here purring like mad from hug, does it mean good or bad? Good question mark? I mean, it sounds good. Okay, guys, give me a second. Ignis. Let's not stay too close together.
Time to kill. Leave no trace.
Oh, vampire bite. Suck the blood from a living creature to regain hit points. 2 to 8 piercing damage, but not if it's sleeping or if you're hiding. Oh, until long rest? Yeah, I can... Aston Vampire Hunger has been temporarily sated. +1 to all attack rolls, saving throws, and most ability checks. Oh, okay. Happy. It does, just not matches the advice given. Maybe give hug occasionally, I guess. You know. That is... Sorry, man. Alright, back to hiding I go.
Ready for another round?
Brace melee? Roll range attack twice and use the highest... Oh, okay. Oh, this one is short rest. Yeah, let's do it. Shoot him twice, Karlak. Yeet. No gaping wounds. Nice. Stay close to... Yeah, stay close to the sentinel. Oh boy. We're dead. Oh, we take those. Yup. Cool. Bong bong. Yeah. What the fuck is that damage? What happened? How did you die? Okay. Yeah, sorry to interrupt you all with all these and then just straight up killing you. I know it's very distasteful. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, I didn't realize I'm that strong, to be honest.
Maybe I need more pockets. What's inside?
Oh, that's rotten. I don't want it. The realm according to Bumble? Who's Bumble? I need to find kobolds. Astarion says this kobolds. Even though Astarion hurt kobold, I kinda want to hurt him for that. I'll let it slide. Only this once. Loose boulder, too heavy to throw.
Oh, I could go for a good meal.
Can't give up now.
Trust no one. Like a wraith.
The whole village is falling to pieces. These goblins aren't exactly house-proud as occupiers go.
Wouldn't blame the gobs. Place looks like it's been abandoned a good while. But hey, maybe we can scare up a few dusty bottles of wine somewheres.
I like your way of thinking. Split any takings we find?
Sister, you've got a deal.
Aww. Shoot him. Oh my god. Oh my god. That is stupid. Strong.
I can't waste any more time.
Friends. Now you see true power. I do.
If this isn't important.
It's fucking one shot something. That is insane damage. Smoking pipe.
Let's have a look. Breathe quiet. Move with care.
None shall see me.
Let's turn down the fire.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Are they bad?
Hello, you.
Who leveled up? Why did only Karlach level up? Wait a minute. Excuse-moi? Where's my level? Ooh, what is that? Additional race chart. I'm leveling up, you fuck. Why is this suddenly fights? Oh, this is Blighted Village. How much? 2 to 16? 7 to 14? 55%? I didn't mean to initiate a fight like that. Target outside of normal range? What do you mean? I'll kill you.
By my hand.
Yo. We take those. Hey, you know what? We're gonna hide here. Who's looking at me? Oh, I didn't see you. Oops. Here, let me kill you real quick. Yeet. Excuse-moi. Shoot him.
This way.
Have to keep going.
Ignis. And then we hide. So they force him to come our way. Am I right or am I right? Hi. How'd you get in?
Too much to bear.
How'd you get in? How'd you get How'd you get in? You were outside. You are actually cheating, you fuck. You are actually cheating, game. Alright, come here. The fuck? What the fuck? What? What? Huh? How does this happen? You were inside and now you're on the roof. I don't get it. I don't get it. Oh my god, I don't understand what's even going on. This game is fucking amazing. Okay, let's stay here. Okay, poison will not kill me at least. It'll be fun once there's teleporting enemies. The game may pull that. I would not be surprised if the game actually does that, honestly. Okay, how do I teleport to the fucking roof, huh? Cannot teleport to the roof? You know, I'm gonna stay here.
Shall we cut and run? Let's have a little fun.
Heal.
Quickly.
To me.
Yeah, I need you to do Cure Wounds level 3. Level 2 is enough. Ah, wow, is that maximum amount of healing? I think that's actually maximum amount of heal. Take Q.
Got to press on.
Oh, what the hell is that game?
Got it.
The auto pathing uses so much extra movement, I don't like it. Like, what is that? Why do you need that? Oh my god, what am I looking at?
At the ready.
Oh, it's not threatened?
Go for the throat. Let's move. Into the shadows.
On I go.
Oh, we take those? Alright, fucker. Alright, asshead. Wait, can I pull you like... That is right. Asshead. How could you teleport to the roof like that? Alright, I did not mean to kill everyone here, but I did anyway.
Might be useful.
You did another killing. I didn't mean to. I was just trying to steal things, but I didn't think they're gonna kill me like that. You very clearly shot weapon. I thought they are enemies. I legit thought they're enemies. That means killing? Nuh-uh. I would deny that forever. Did they not hate me? Cool, so only a few of them hate me. Hi.
Everything here is ours. Bugger off.
Not when I have keys like that. What? Oh, you were hiding. I forgot. Oh, we all leveled up. Let's go. We level it up. Yeah, I want monk level 4. When you fall, you can use your reaction to gain resistance to falling damage. Additional key point? Let's go! Replace spell? Nah, I don't need to change. Water whip? Oh, it needs 2 key point? Nah. What do I want again? Weapon Master, right? You gain proficiency with 4 weapons of your choice and your strength and dexterity increase by 1. I want this because I want to use the longsword that I want. Oh, +4. Ooh, okay. Okay, not battle axe, glaive, great axe. How many? Okay, hand crossbow. Yeah, I want hand crossbow. Rapier, scimitar, trident, warpick, longsword. Sorry. Glaive and halberd. Yeah, I want this weapon, but the most important thing is longsword, to be honest. Okay, that's good enough. Yeah. Give me the Fala Alu.
I wonder what the next move is.
Never a dull moment.
Fala Alu. Because it says it's versatile. Oh, sorry, guys, I'm not using salami anymore. As much as I want to meme around. But now my priority is to find kobolds. I need to be fast. I need to be Sonic. Animal aspect? Adopt the power of another mighty beast? Wolverine? Wolf, tiger, stallion, honey badger? Elk? Crocodile? Crocodile? Is that even a choice? I don't even need to look at what crocodile does. Crocodile. Skills change. Why do I need to change? No, okay.
No one stopped me yet.
Cool. Man, I'm gonna be so mega strong now. What? Okay, I don't know what's going on. Did I bug the game again?
You have a manner of irresistible desperation about you. I like it.
What does that mean? Tell me about history?
Why do you insist on exhuming the past? I was a slave. A vampire spawn. Kept by the Tsar family. Perhaps I still am. I was never able to resist their commands. But now, I've been conveniently lost. They won't ever control me again.
Nice. Oh, ad break? Hehe. How does someone become a vampire exactly?
It's simple. Just find a vampire that will drink your blood and turn you into a vampire spawn. Their obedient puppet. In theory, the next step is to drink their blood. Once you've done that, you're free and a true vampire.
So am I now a vampire? In theory, so they bite you, you bite them?
Yes and no. The problem is, once you're a vampire spawn, they completely control you. They have to allow you to bite them. And why would they do that? Vampires are power-hungry creatures. They won't lose a servant to create a competitor. Trust me, it doesn't happen.
So Astarion biting me doesn't mean that I'm Astarion's pawn now? I don't like that. So about you biting me?
What? Look, I swear I won't come after yours. But anyone's? You know what I am now. I can fight with all my weapons, teeth included. And if I happen to drain the occasional bandit during a fight, what's the harm? They're just as dead.
Isn't this what you said before? Sounds good, can we agree?
As am I. I'm starting to feel a little peckish already.
I kinda like Astarion. A charming fellow. Crystal ball?
I'll take that.
Can I ponder my orb? Bite their boss? What would it mean if you bite the boss of a vampire after they bit you? I don't know. Very charming. Do the bites have to go through some sort of a list command or something? No idea. I have no idea how a vampire works.
Light on my feet.
Okay, I don't think there's anywhere else that's like empty. Except for this one little path here. I'm pretty sure there's nothing there. Mountain Pass is where we need to go. But do we go through Underdark? Wait, this is a huge place here. Wait, what? There's like a lot of places I haven't... What? Okay, so apparently I have not... Yeah, that... Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, let's do it. Oh, it's outside the Goblin camp. We just keep heading left. Oh, there's also here. Scratchu! Let's go. I don't like how Scratch is always forever level 1 only. I'm not a fan of that. Okay, so I already been here. Let's go back. Hello? Oh, it's the outside guard. I forgot about them.
Time for a new approach.
I don't think I can attack this turn.
This will do nicely.
Where do I go from here?
Is ready to burst into maddening streaks of bowstring song? Let's try this one. The sword sinks immediately. All enemies within 6 meters range have 1d4 bonus attack rolls and charisma, wisdom, and intelligence saving throws. All enemies within the range have 1d4 penalty to charisma, wisdom, and intelligence saving throw. I like this one. North Kales, hi. Is that a cool? The lake, oh my god. Okay, that's mega adorable. Hi, welcome in. I see you are a fellow Akobo. How are you doing?
With haste.
I think Scratch is gonna... Yeah, Scratch don't engage in fights.
Let's have a little fun.
Nuh-uh. No, maybe not. I should run first. And Kara is just gonna charge straight in. Actually, stay here.
Find a route.
They're too far?
Eat it.
Can't afford to let up. Heading there.
Oh boy. These things are strong, no? Hiding... All hiding successful, we take those. Okay, keep going, keep going. You got this, you got this. Dash.
Be quick.
Doing well. I think I will try this game soon, like the series and D&D stuff. I never tried out any D&D myself, but after playing this game... I mean, even before playing this game, I've been, like, quite interested in D&D stuff. So yeah, I'm gonna try it out as well. If I get a chance, that is. Can I have disadvantage against target? Do I have disadvantage against target? Get him.
Let's find
Yeah, I'm hiding there.
Never a dull moment.
Search Ogami. Stinky. Hi. Hey yo. Keek. Ow. I'm pissed. A man will kill. Come here. Five to 14. Cool.
What should I do?
Mass heal? Double. Nice. Nuh-uh. Kind of disadvantage. Am I too far? I think I'm too far. Seven health. Maybe I can just Ignis them. Yeah, just Ignis them. We take those. Ignis.
Can't even catch my breath.
Bonk. Who else? Oh yeah.
He just failed the CCC, or is it gone?
Oh, CC? CC is not overlay, CC is now component. It's like, I don't know how it looks like on phone, but on PC there's like on stream, and to the right side of the stream there's like a little button there you can press that's like stream CC. The CC is now there, but it's just not overlay. It doesn't appear below now. It's just at the side. Because overlay is now the Baldur's Gate integration thing. So yeah.
Shouldn't have made me your enemy.
Eek.
Go warn the others. I'll hit the drum.
Did I just hear you want to go do the drums? How about a little bit of no? Come here. Good fight, good fight. You don't see that? Oh, now that's weird. I don't think I disabled it.
Time to take a load off, isn't it?
There's always the less accurate CC but not ideal. Yeah, maybe I should check the extension afterwards. I don't know, I believe I didn't change the extension at all. Oh shit. Alright, I know you guys are eating, okay? But hey! Burgeoning bog brother? Well. Let them know. Let them know. Oh my god, hey! Oh god, I'm getting bullied. Wait, Astarion is still hiding.
Smells tasty. Silent as the grave.
Alright, here comes the damage. Heal. Ah, crap, I didn't do it. Okay, I still have 2.
Don't linger. Ready or not?
That works. Kill. Yeah, don't worry about it.
Now this is my happy place.
And raise charge once per long rest. Under
their noses.
How you doing?
Can't give up. Have to keep going.
Hey, yo. Bonk. We take those.
Don't waste a step.
Oh, wait. Wait, I'm encumbered. Dang it. Are you trying to find me? I'm pretty sure you cannot see me here. If your vision is a cone, yeah. Die.
Let's move.
Oh, drown poison is so heavy? Okay, I'm gonna give all these to Shadowheart. Nice. I never really used any channel divinity. Don't even know what that does. No, I think my spells are good.
Still breathing, despite everything. What's hiding here? What path lies before me?
Ooh, secret area?
Something over there.
Huh. Huh. Oh, wait, I can go to mountain pass just from here? Damn, wait a minute. Doesn't this, like... I can actually go to mountain pass so early. Yeah. So there's three places that I can go to mountain pass here. Underdark and here. This one. That's kind of crazy though, being able to just go to mountain pass that early. In Goblin Camp some more? Well, I think I'm gonna go to Underdark. Do my last selling before I go to Mountain Pass.
I don't care what others say about the Underdark. It's beautiful down here.
I'm used to a crypt's gloom. This is something else.
Hi Vincent, how's the Baldur's going? Going pretty well. I've been trying to see if I'm missing anything on the if I'm missing anything before I proceed to Mountain Pass. So you guys are just gonna probably see me roaming around these places a lot before I go to Mountain Pass. So yeah.
Welcome back. Have you made any new... I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
We don't need this. In oil receives for -1 penalty damage, but targets failing a Constitution save suffer disadvantage on strength checks and saves. Receive a 1d4 penalty to melee damage. Ooh. And gain an additional level 1 spell slot. Bark skin. I'll just keep those in. Must leave one bone because one of the bone is what Scratch gave me. Guess what? My sister gave me an old PC, so now I started playing Baldur's 2. Actually, I think I'm further than you now. I'm not surprised. I'm like mega slow in terms of like pacing. But yeah, how are you enjoying Baldur's Gate? I am absolutely loving this game. I mean, considering that I spent at least half an hour petting dogs and playing ball with dogs, yeah, I think I can safely say that my pacing is pretty slow. But I am thoroughly enjoying this game. It's so good.
Very well.
I think I don't want to let Astarion use two... Yeah, use two-hand crossbow is not as good as I thought. I mean, it's cool.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
And stress is very important. Bubbles must be petted? Yeah. They deserve all the pet. And very important. My PC just gave me outdated badminton reminder. Oh yeah, yeah, there's no badminton today. Instead, it's family dinner, so... Yeah. The reminder still... You know... Still stands. Time. Okay, it's only 3:10, all good. I can still play. Yeah, I don't think there's anything much that I want to go now. Oh, I can go. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's most of the thing that I've done. Now my question is, but don't answer this. Now my question to myself is, do these places have like different outcome when I go to Mountain Pass? So there's three ways to go Mountain Pass right now. One in Goblin Camp, one in the Risen Road, and one in Underdark. I don't know if they have any like difference. Yeah, one in Grimforge. Grimforge, Risen Road, and Goblin Camp. Are they different? So Halsin says to go from Underdark is like the most secure way of doing it. So based off of this, I'm gonna assume that it's different. Right? It's different by where I choose to go to Moonrise Tower from. Does that make sense? Hopefully. If that's the case, my first playthrough, right? I'm gonna go from Grimforge.
So, are you greeting invisible beings or just losing your mind?
The echoes, listen. They're coming from 3 directions.
Losing your mind it is. Probably the tadpole. The weirdest things seem to be.
Better than nothing.
Makes sense, just need to prove the theory. Can I use this one?
The boat floats in the murky waters.
Sail to Cave Shore? But we used this one. We used the Dwegar boat. Isn't this the same? I'm curious. Let's try this.
The boat floats in the murky waters.
Murky water. If this sends me back to Underdark Cave Shore, Underdark Shore, I'm gonna cry. At least it proves... Scratch? Why are you getting it? Why are you getting it, Scratch? Why are you getting it?
That might be worth a look.
Ooh, Scratch. Not crying. I was crying a little bit. Oh, Scratch! Oh my god. Scratch, we got that already.
That's curious.
Ooh, hey, look at that. Can't reach this.
Can't slow down.
Path is interrupted. What? Where can I jump? Karlak?
I'd love to, thanks. Ought to do it.
Oh, what a jumper. Minus 4 HP prone. Let's go. Yeet.
Alright, what now?
What's with the gold necklace? I guess it's for money. Squishy.
And, well, in it. Let's be on my way.
Oh, this one actually puts me in a different way. Oh, this puts me in a different... Oh. I'm not here anymore. Yeah, I'm not here anymore. And then there's a few secrets here. Ooh, cool, okay.
More for me.
Oh, cool. Reach Morass Tower through Green Forge. Yeah, this is the sail. Yep, let's go back.
The boat is ready to sail.
Gosh, I kind of want to order drinks. Not again. Yeah, that's why. I want to order drinks. You know, I think I can do it. Give me a second. Let me go Food Panda. My instrument, flute. Where's the perform? And my favorite music, the Queen's High Seas. Legally suggested to order anyways? Yeah, well, Use Gmod 11 for RM7 off. Hey, yo, damn, holy. Let's go. 7 ringgit off? Let's go. The violin, nice. Cafe latte? Cafe latte? No, you didn't order something that costs less than 7. Nah, there's no such thing when it comes to like boba tea shops. In boba tea shop, each cup costs about, at average, 11 per cup. If you add something into it, then it of course costs a little bit more. Cooling mint chocolate blend topped with rich chocolate lava and Oreo? Shit. Slack sugar, please. Can I add aloe vera to this one? I can. I can. Okay. Aloe vera mint chocolate drink. Oh shit. Oh yeah, also, as much as I want to order Food Panda on stream, sadly I cannot. I tried it. It shows my actual home address, and I don't think I want that. So I'm ordering on phone. So at least you guys know what I'm doing. Just you guys cannot see what I'm doing because I'm trying to hide my address. Yeah, I will not get doxxed. I will remain vigilant when it comes to personal information. Yes, yes.
Emotional damage.
Hi Theo. Oh my god, how you doing? I hope you're doing good, Theo. A gippy. Why is the coffee? God damn it! Can I get big sized? Oh, there it is. Where you go? 16 ounce, 22 ounce. I don't get. How does people? How does people measure in oz? What's oz? Alright, give me a second. Let me apply this voucher. I think. Shit. I think it says GMAT 11. Oh, let's go. 7 ringgit off. Ichi. We take those. Two big cups of drink for 26 ringgit. We take those. Good sleep. Free tank. Had to say hi before sleep. Oh, I appreciate that. Also, I hope you had good sleep, Theo. Okay, review payment and address. Yeah, looks good. Looks good. Looks good. Alright, place order. Now we just wait. Scratch must not be harmed. Free. Scratch is not free tank. Oh god. Alright. Hope you guys enjoyed this music. It's really good. Brought to you by yours truly. The golden dragonborn that plays flute. I love it. And also, by the way, flute and recorder, different thing. Yes, yes. Alright, I think I searched high and low for absolutely everything. So, I think it's time to actually go to Mountain Pass. Let's give it a good old save. Not lethally, does Scratch not die if it hits your HP? Well, quote-unquote die, I should say. Scratch pretty much just gets unsummoned. You can summon him again.
My dagger-happy friend, what troubles you?
My dagger-happy friend. Free tank? Yeah, but it costs an action.
Lady of Sorrows, guide us. Did you want something? Fine. What's on your mind?
I don't think after all, what I shared with you
Okay,
about my
same
past,
thing.
Hey, soldier.
Oh, good. Alright, so... yeah, I think I'm ready to go to the next place. It says that, I didn't see the leboop. Thanks for the leboop. I love it when, it's just leboop. Alright, for good measure, give it another save. This is huge. Leboop. Yeah. Leboop. No, too much leboop, help. My snoot, they're getting dented from the boop. No, treat. Oh, the boop broke. The boop broke. Oops. Too much boopage. I'm just gonna go. You're about to progress your adventure. Make sure to tie up any loose ends before advancing. Yeah, let's do it. On to the next place. Yeah. Too much boob is a myth. Oh god. You know what? You're right. There's never too much boob. It's just a being that is unable to handle so much boob. Just like 3D schnoots are. I think I think I can let the boot remain when I use 3D model. Although to be fair, it has been a long time since I last used my 3D model. It's been a long time. The game I've been playing lately is just way too much for my PC to handle. So yeah. 10 to 20 minutes. The plot thickens. Leave Act 1. Wait, what? That's just Act 1? Huh? That is just Act... Oh my god. I can go back? Wait, I can go back to Underdark? Hi, Malicious Magpie. Oh, I can go back. 啊切！哎呀，Don't be pussy 啊，不用紧啊，走而已嘛，不用怕的嘛，这种东西是不是
？Emotional damage.
That she may truly know her faithful.
Hi, Brave. Welcome to Act 2. It took me 78 hours to get to Act 2. What is this game? Absolutist Expedition Tank, the trunk. How you doing, Brave? Been a while. Did I scare you? A little bit. Almost.
Come on, open up.
Mine. Mine. Mine.
We offer ourselves to the darkness, that blessed Shah may give us her mercy.
Attention! Solid victors! I've got a long road ahead.
Expedition key.
Always room for more.
I mean, if I can venture back to Underdark, then I can actually just... Oh. Level 1 with 96 health. 96... 96 health, huh? Using a tail as a microphone stand. Smart. I know, right?
Who there, wanderer? Stay thy course a moment to indulge an old man.
May I inquire if perchance you retain among your traveling companions a man who adheres to the given name of Gale?
Uh-huh. As a matter of fact, I do. He's resting in camp. Shiny time? I mean, it's always shiny time. Gale? Yeah, sure. I mean, probably not too bad. I did bring Gale. He's resting in camp.
Ever a man of leisure. Would it pain you greatly to assist me along the little voyage I intend to undertake to this aforementioned camp?
I would like to know first who I'll be bringing to see Gale.
Gally gully 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 gala gala.
Gully 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 gully. Yeah, please introduce yourself first. I don't feel safe.
Should it be the nature of our acquaintance that interests you, well, you may safely classify Gale and I as friends. Should it be the nature of your present interlocutor that you desire to drag from the dark and unknown, I shall be glad to aid in your quest for illumination and identify myself as Elminster. Elminster Ormar. Now, if this answer satisfies you, let us linger no longer in this...
Bard, Elminster Alma? Yes, of course you'll bear honor. Who is that? Who is this? I don't know who you are. Why am I, as a bard, excited for this? Sure.
And I would confirm it to be so. Please, after you.
Okay, to the camp we go. 10 to 20 minutes, my drink. Ooh, this is a really nice campsite. Oh my god. Hello, Gil. Oh, there's a call. Give me a second. Alright, I'm back. I am sad. The people in Tea Life called me and said that there's no aloe vera bits left. So I have to make do with coconut jelly. Fine. Oh my god, stink.
For your excellent guidance. And yonder I spy the object of my pursuit.
Elminster?
The very same, Gale. And a fair bit miffed he is, too, finding himself forced to expose his best pair of boots to so many miles of country road on your behalf.
I don't understand. How so on my behalf?
I was bid to spare neither time nor my own self to find you. She sent me, Gale. You know of whom I speak.
But why? Out with it, Elminster. Please.
Young man, has your sojourn away from Waterdeep washed away your decorum as well as your patience? Nigh a 10-day I've gone without honest fare, worthy of the name, drank naught but what the sky entitled my thirst. Why, some bread, cheese, and a cup of wine would appear unto me a feast. Surely you won't begrudge me a mite of rest and repast before I get out with it?
Why do they speak in riddles? This is too much for kobold brain. I'm a goddamn kobold. I'm not poetic. Why do you speak like that? Why do you speak like that, huh? You think I can understand what you're saying? Punch him? There's no option to punch. Why is there decorum? I don't know what decorum is. I suppose we probably refill our rations. Oh, Elminster want to eat first? I'm not in the habit of taking in vagabonds. Alright, fine. Here, take some.
And a great kindness that would be. See, Gale? Even in these barren parts, the art of hospitality begets inspired new works. If only one keeps up the practice.
Oh, for the love of...
Fine, fine. I'll turn a deaf ear to the clarion calls with which my scorned stomach beseeches me. Graver matters are at hand. Plenty to digest, after all. A good deal to stew over, if you will. Words ladled with import should be savored
The must?
so as
Hell
to
yeah.
better absorb their meaning. Wouldn't you agree?
Elminster.
Right. You see, that is to say, Gale, my boy, I've come to address a most pressing matter. I'll speak as plainly as I can, forswearing the accustomed frills that decorate my speech. I'm here on behalf of Mistra. The message and the charge I bring you are hers.
Speak fast, and for now this pertains me. Decorum is etiquette. Oh, okay. Yeah, etiquette is way easier to understand. God damn, I don't know what decorum is. You were sent here as an actual divine. Let's not ask any more questions. I'm surprised she sent you in the first place after Gale's debacle. What message and what charge would that be?
The long-awaited question. Now, if you please, Elminster, for the too long-awaited answer.
You know where you went wrong, Gale. No, we needn't dwell on that here and now. But even so, you're to be given a chance of redemption.
Mistra would consider forgiveness.
She would consider what she considers to be forgiveness. Mistra is aware of the misadventures that have befallen you both. She knows of your strife with the Absolute, that most insidious of evils.
If the goddess herself is aware, I wouldn't say no to some divine intervention. If even the gods know, why are we facing these threats alone? You wouldn't happen to know of a cure, would you? Some all-powerful parasite withering spell, perhaps? Yeah, if the gods know, why are we facing these threats alone? Goddamn. Help me, I'm just a kobold. 3 health points, come on.
They choose the instruments of their will with
Gale
great
approves.
precision. Sometimes the single drops we think we are do not realize what waves we are building up to be. Do not discount yourself, and by the same token, do not discount your enemy. You must know that the Absolute is more dangerous than you can possibly conceive. It threatens all who live, even those who are undying. It threatens the gods, the weave, the very fabric of the universe itself.
That's strong.
That is why I have come here to charge you, Gale, with its destruction. It is Mistra's belief that only you can.
Mistra's... Okay. Wow. Wait a minute. Do I sense Aradin in here? Do I sense a case of Aradin? Okay, maybe not as bad as Aradin, but on Gale's misfortune, debacle, right? So Gale did bad with Mistra. So Mistra punished with like a black hole. You know, Gale sent a black hole in its being that will explode without magical charges, something like that, right? TLDR. So, and now Mistra wants Gale to kill the Absolute, which threatens the goddamn universe? Gale, the one that she punishes, kill the Absolute. Oh, what can I say? That's a rather bitch move. That is a rather bitch move, to say the least. And I abhor that shit. That is absolutely stupid. In the land of whatever this is, they like big words. Seems like it. Can we still ask them to get rid of the tadpoles pressed with an ice pick? No, not with an ice pick. I have vivid memories of how it went. I don't think I want to see that again. If only I can see again. Give alone, how so?
The orb.
Oh.
Precisely.
Sacrifice yourself?
Mystra has granted me the power to stop the clock, as it were, on the orb's rush to overpower you. Instead, you will be able to unleash its lethal combustion at will.
Interesting. This could be help or hindrance. We shall have to see.
Where are you speaking from?
You must find the heart of the absolute, whatever that may be, and use yourself as the catalyst that will burn it from this world.
Self-sacrifice? That's even... That's monstrous. You are tasking him to kill himself. Say what you will, but you can't force Gale to go through with this. We'll be rid of both the Absolute and Gale in one fell swoop. Win. Win-win. What the fuck? I stand by Gale with this one. Mystra is a bitch.
He is not. But it seems that Mystra is.
It brings me no pleasure saying this, my friend. But such is Mystra's will. Yours must be the sacrifice that will undo the absolute. And for your sacrifice, you will be redeemed. Such is Mystra's promise. With that, I've said my sorry piece, and need only bestow unto thee the charm I was bid.
Hastra mistrariel Italion Thras Annas
It is done. Both charge and charm have been committed into your care. To you, I commit into care Gale himself. I count on you to shepherd him well on this strangest of journeys.
There's still a long journey ahead. We'll find another way. I'm not his keeper. I don't accept a charge. All my honor, it shall be done. Honor? There's no honor in this. And I am a woman of honor. And this is not honor. I speak highly of honor when it comes to game and behavior. This is not. This is not. That's it. This at best is a shithead. This is not honor. Mistress a bitch. There's still a long journey ahead. We'll find another way.
Or some other fortune altogether.
Yeah.
Like moons make swell
Hi,
and
Ryuki.
wane the nescient seas, so too the sky-strewn gods ordain the tidal fates of mortal days. And yet, an ocean born in lonely hours.
Hope you're doing good.
Come ebb, come flow, come all that is beyond the breadth of our dominion. Be a moon unto yourself. Even the waves of fate can break upon the shores of will. Farewell, my friend.
Farewell, Elminster. I'm glad she chose you.
Back.
Gally gully 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 gala gala. Gally gully 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 gala gala.
Gilly 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 gilly.
An audience with Elminster is never less than memorable. I'd have hoped to introduce you to him in less dire circumstances. But Those are hard to come by these days.
I always imagined Elmaster to be more imposing. An old man with a craving for cheese? Hardly the great wizard of legend. He didn't seem much of a friend, showing up and demanding you kill yourself. Actually, I was hoping to talk about something else. Doing alright, just to mess on the world a bit. Even without DLC, there's so much things I need to farm. Yes. Yes. I mean, I don't mind farming when I get to look at good-looking monsters. I mean, if I get to look at good-looking monsters, I'm not complaining. Well, Malzeno is Monster Hunter Rise, but yeah. You know what? I have no shame to spend 1.3k hours in Monster Hunter World then. No shame. I get to look at monsters for 1.3k hours. That's a win in my book. I always imagine to be imposing. I mean,
The Doddering Act is merely an illusion, one he's most adept at maintaining. Elminster is the most formidable wizard in the realms. Perhaps in existence. For Mystra to have sent him, the severity of her bidding could not be clearer, or weigh more heavily on me. Time seems so infinite when you're young. A month is an age. A year is a lifetime. It is a strange feeling to realize how little of it one might have left.
yeah. Proto Boy? Hey yo, hi. The monsters still looking bosom? Yeah. It's Monster Hunter World, of course. Also, welcome in Raiders. Oh, nice. You're also playing Baldur's Gate 3. How's it? How's your Baldur's Gate 3 adventures? There, let me do this real quick. There we go. Also, welcome in everyone from the Raiders. My name is Tylra. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love finding games. Heckin' love them. And I do art occasionally. Baldur's Gate 3 raining into Baldur's Gate 3. Yipping into. Hi, Sir Kaito. You can't just have Seagale action. Hey, yo. You're seriously considering doing what Elminster said?
Of course. We offer the clearest solution to our problem. All I have to do is find
Hope
the
we
right
are doing
place and
well.
time, close my eyes, and let go. Then the slate will be clean. Wrongs will be righted, the absolute will be gone,
Yep.
and I along with it.
Yep. Oh god, I just yipping. It's stinky. I don't understand. Can't Mr. just destroy the absolute? Or Elminster himself? So that's it? You're on the suicide mission now? There's surely another way. What about me? Am I safe around you? Whatever you do, I'll be there to help.
Hello.
No Galgon?
And welcome.
Thus, the regulars. Hi. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate.
I've no doubt she has the power to do so, but as for the permission, Ao would not look kindly on her meddling in mortal affairs. Divine intervention has a tendency to make things worse, not better. As for Elminster, he's saved the realms more times than legend can recount. But to take on a god is no easy feat, even for him. My orb is the best chance we have. And only I can wield it.
Galgun? So that's it, you're on the suicide mission now? Are you? I mean...
Possibly the most spectacular one ever conceived. But essentially, yes, I'm living on borrowed time, in more ways than one. Perhaps this is how it must be. That remains ahead of us for now. The heart of the Absolute must be discovered before I can stop its beating.
You're not blowing yourself up, Gale. I won't let you. Yeah, I'm not gonna let Gale blow himself up. Bonk the absolute stick, save Gale. Is it me or the dialogue is getting softer and softer? Yeah, the dialogue, the voice acting in this game is a little soft. Even I have like the voice on maximum, I believe. Yeah, I lowered the sound effect. UI is still the same. Ambient lower, music maximum, voice is maximum, chatter is maximum. Dynamic range is at high. Because at low, everything just like covers up the dialogue. So it's like weird. So soft. You're not blowing yourself up.
Let's save such certainty for the moment such a decision is upon us. You may feel differently once we know what we're truly up against.
Probably.
I can't believe Mistress demanding Gale sacrifice himself to destroy the Absolute. It's just a waste of a perfectly good cult that we could be controlling. And a waste of a perfectly good Gale, I suppose.
Oh. Why, Astaria, why is it every time you speak there's like ulterior motive to it? Scritchu!
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god! Oh, I love you, Gale, I love you. Oh my god. Where's the owlbear? Beast boy. Is the owlbear just gone? Gale best boy? No.
The shadow curse is upon us. As foul as I remember it. Perhaps even worse. But with the Oak Father's blessing, we may soon see it banished from these lands.
We're in the midst of the shadow curse now. Is there any more you can tell me about how to lift it?
This land is more than just soil and rock, root and leaf. It is a living being, in the form of a young Fey boy, with the forest itself in his eyes. His name is Daniel. I've met him in my meditations.
Daniel?
But since the curse was unleashed, I have not felt his presence. He is its prisoner, I fear. And as long as he remains so, his domain will lie in darkness. But if we can find him, we can break the curse. If you learn anything of the Shadowfell, or of a boy with the forest in his eyes, find me at once.
What should I look for exactly?
I can't be exact, unfortunately. Time and the Shadow Curse won't have been kind to any traces that would have been left behind. A living witness is unlikely, I'll admit. But perhaps there'll be an unliving witness, or some lingering echo of what we seek. Don't worry. If you find something, you will know it.
Okay, fine. How we change camp locations? Camp locations just change based on where you are. Like, let's say if you are in the wilderness, you'll be in like a forest camp. If you are in cave or something, you'll be in like a ruined area camp. And if you are in like a Spooder cave, then you're in the Spooder cave camp. It basically just camp on where you are. Druid place? Druid place. Sounds about right. Yeah. I kind of like it. Oh, hi, Albert. In the middle of the camp, I don't know if I missed him. Look, it's the main reason why I don't play Dead by Daylight anymore. I have a terrible... I don't know. It's hard for me to find something when I want to find it. So when I try to find generator, I cannot find it. When I try to find survivors, I cannot see them. It's weird. I'm not doing this on purpose. I really cannot see them. It's weird.
You smell very delicious, but I will not bite you.
Maybe a condition? I don't even know. I don't even know if that's a condition or just me being dumb. Probably me being dumb. Try to not find them. I don't know how that works.
Nice here.
Okay, same thing.
Yes. Fun.
Oh, wait, my drink is almost here. I'll be right back. Give me a few seconds. Give me a few minutes. Actually, I'm gonna go get my drink real quick, alright? You guys can look at this Dragonborn here. Wait, I got debated. I mean, I'm still gonna go wait anyway. It's probably gonna take a while. It says arriving anytime now, but it's just in... It's so far. I think I got debated. Okay, let me do this real quick. Sing for me. I mean, it's coming. Okay, I'm gonna go wait for my drink. Okay, I'll be right back as soon as I get the drink. Then yeah, give me a moment. I'm going down now. Hey. Okay, okay. Oh. I'm back, I'm back. Yeah, welcome back again. How's doing good? I took the drink. The delivery man don't know where my house is. I have to call them and I have to run out. I have to run outside and just like wave at the motorcycle. It's like, I'm here. Oh my god, Food Panda sini. Like, yeah. What a journey, huh? Oh god, okay. I'm good, I'm good. Today, oh, do you like it?
You smell very delicious.
Hi,
I
Mommy
will
Genesis.
not fight you. More.
Ooh, more. Alright. We're finished with the business here. I guess I guess they just, yeah, the navigation device just becomes stinky, I guess. I'm not too sure what happened. I just decided to buy before I go to sleep because I have school in the morning. Ooh, alright. Have good sleep. And also thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you. Also hi Evie. Stinky.
I can't believe Mistra actually expects Gale to just sacrifice himself like that. Seems like a waste of a fine mind.
Yeah.
Oh, was that Gale's granddad?
Kinda. Looked like it. Yeah, looked like it.
Wonder if he's a wizard too. He's certainly got the beardliness for it.
Right, right.
Why'd he come all this way to track us down?
Did you not hear? Don't worry about it. I don't think it was. It turns out Gale has an explosive bomb in his chest and Mistra has asked him to use it to blow up the Heart of Absolute.
Whoa now, he's got a... Well, I guess that would explain a little, but... Mistra? I mean, this is a lot to take in.
Yeah.
What's he going to do?
I don't think he'll do that to himself, even if Mistra commanded it. I'm not sure. I think he's several minds. I think he's going to follow through with it. Yeah, I mean, on my perspective, it looks like Gale is gonna just do it, you know?
Fuck me. There's devotion and then there's stupidity. If the god of magic can't handle this without sacrificing Gale, she's no god at all.
Right? That's why I said.
Poor Gale. He must be in bits after hearing that. I'll distract him. Tell him I haven't read a book since secondary school. Watch his face melt off.
Oh, Carla. Carla is the best tiefling ever. Or tiefling. I don't know how do you pronounce the word actually. But yeah, that is just sad. See, I'm glad me and Carla actually share the same mindset in this. Like, if a god cannot handle this, why task someone to do what you cannot do if you're a god? Stupid. You know? I hate that. And then there's actually people thinking that doing this is an honor to serve the god and whatever. It's like, that shit ain't an honor. To me, I actually hate that. Adept of the Absolute. Orders. Ay. Because that someone won't scroll with divine something. Yeah, but still, if Mistra cannot handle something like this, and actually asked a human being to do what the god cannot do, there's something wrong. I've been given the crucial task to clear the entrance to Grimforge for future expeditions. True so near will follow once the entrance is cleared. Oh, I killed him, right? As I make my way to the entrance, I can't help but feel excitement. What might we find here? That Catholic created so long ago, now sealed by the curse. Grimforge could hold untold treasures for the Absolute's uses. I will continue to explore and document my findings. The entrance is currently blocked by the vines and rubble, quite cursed. Explosive ought to do the job, though I'm not as experienced in such matters as I wish to be. I sell the explosive with care, though I admit I'm almost afraid to detonate them. There's no telling what power these cursed vines hold, what might lie beyond, or whether I've even set things up correctly. Absolute, protect me. Hey, come on, it's just setting up bombs. There's nothing hard with that. Just... Have you ever played Bomberman? Jeez. Just do that. Oh. Broken Moon Lantern. Another one? To the Shadow Cursed Lands. Ooh, I don't like that. Spooky. Is this what Shadow Curse is? Makes people become what is it called? Become trees? I don't like that. Okay, there's nothing. Right. Oh, wait, did I? I didn't even have a long rest. How come I have this spell? Song of Rest needs long rest too. Weird. I don't know. Alright, in we go. Shadow Cursed Land. We love to see it.
Stand by me if you need to keep warm in this awful place.
Thanks, Karlak.
I've never seen darkness like this before. It's unsettling.
Darkness or not, we need to reach Moonrise Towers.
Is it dark? I don't know. It's very spooky, not gonna lie. I don't like that sound. Why am I playing a horror game?
I can feel the shadow's power here, but they don't seem to be harming me. The shadow curse. It doesn't seem to affect me like it does others. Not as badly, at least. Do you know what this means? I must be blessed.
Wow.
Lady Shah is protecting me where others are left to face her wrath. She loves me. She must do.
I don't know how I feel about that, Shadowheart. But what about me? I love that, but what about me? Wole? Wala wole? Let me get my drink. I got the coffee. I got more coffee. Because why not? God, I've never been more excited to just have coffee. And look, coffee is great, okay? There we go. Ooh, perfect. Oh, that's a perfect stat right there. Oh my god. If only Lantern worked. Is there a way to make the lantern work, like, for real, for real? If so, I didn't even know.
Coffee cough Charmeleon.
Charmeleon? Don't get carried away, this could be something else. So what does all this mean?
Lady Shah wouldn't bless me like this for no reason. There must be something she wants of me. Those signs we found about Dark Justiciars, perhaps they were no coincidence. In either case, I need to watch for any place dedicated to Lady Shah. A temple, perhaps.
Yippee!
This place is heavy.
Could say that again. Balsam. Is that Oleander? Is that Oleander main in chat? That Druid's journal. Oh my god, TLDR! The wood will not burn, I can only see the page, I am surrounded. Deep darkness, flames are instantly doused, the wound stings, flesh is turning black with corruption. The shadows are growing stronger, they are spreading. I need to return to light.
With the shadow curse? I truly hope this blight isn't spreading.
I mean, it literally says it's spreading me. Nice.
On the shadow curse. May be wise to heed what's said here.
That's it. You want me to actually read all of these? Fine. Make good progress through the mountains, seeing the curse for the first time filled me with an awe and fear that was difficult to describe. No writing could have prepared me, nor any artist's rendition. As grave as the Archdruid Hausen's warnings were, they were still lacking compared to reality. I shall make camp soon and press on in the morning, though in truth such terms have little meaning in this place. A dreadful night. The campfire needed thrice the wood that would normally be needed in order to keep it burning. Terrible sounds came to my ears from beyond the firelight. Rest has not restored me. If anything, I feel weaker, but I must preserve. I must trust in Sylvanus. I must venture deeper. Thanks for the pet. Creatures for the darkness, foul things. One grazed me. Only my torch saved me. Deep darkness, flames are instantly doused, the wound stings. Okay, so I read that one. So flames will not burn? What if I have my double torch on? Double torch. Help? Help me? I'm sure this is fine, right? I don't want to use turn-based mode. I hate this. Why is it an Oleander? Is it some kind of top tier? Sounds like it. Double torch. Double torch. Double torch. Double torch. Oh look, it's black. It's Oleander.
But that will fit in my pack.
It's almost like I can hear a bird shoe going on, but I don't know what that is. Like, why would I even say that? Bird shoe. So I just need light to prevent...
hunger is endless, it seems.
Feels like it. Heading out to bed. Night peeps. Good night, Vincent. Uh-oh. What was that?
Eyes open. Watch the shadows.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Wanna dance?
Wits and blades, always sharp.
This calls for careful footwork. What to do? Don't mind if I do.
That's a very loud, don't mind if I do.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
I'm sure our first encounter is not gonna be a fight, right? Yeah, there's no need for hide.
To do. You're making me sweat.
You're making me sweat.
Don't mind if I do. Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
Hi, are you gonna fight me? Oh shit. Alright, what's up?
Stay together. Keep to the light.
Who's Harper? Why are we hiding?
Stop! Who's there?
An escaped lunatic. Be careful or the madman will take over. I find the best introduction are made while sitting around the fire, perhaps with drinks. Back away from them palms out. I find the best introduction are made while sitting around the fire, and perhaps with drinks. They're gonna fight me, but I love the bar. Yeah, I love this. I'm using this one.
You're a chatty shadow. I'll give you that. Come out.
Astarion disapprove.
Jonas, move in.
What do you mean? What's going on? What's going on? Oh shit!
Jonas! Jonas!
No!
I'm here. Where are you? Jonas? Can you see our torches? I can't see anything. Something's wrong.
No!
Voice. Come back to the light. Who's there? Meg? Is that?
No.
Jonas?
No, I'm playing a horror game. What? This game is scary as fuck. I don't want to play this anymore. Where's the kobold? Why is it so scary? No, what the fuck? I'm not playing a horror game. Oh my god. I'm gonna shit my pants. I think they're using a wrong light. I don't know how to activate the moon lantern. How do I fix the moon lantern? Huh? What a bunch of dumbasses dying in such a silly way. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna become them. I have double torch, but it's not gonna work. I see this. Abandon them, hope they die. Is this Darkish thinking? Okay, I'll try to save them.
Harpers! To arms!
Oh fuck, this is so scary. Yo, I literally cannot see them. This is wild. Affected entities incorporeal and can't be shaft thrown or used as an improvised weapon. Shadow blend. While likely or heavily obscured, this creature gains ability to blend with shadows and become invisible. Sunlight weakness. When in sunlight, the creature has disadvantage in attack rolls and saving throws. There's no sunlight! Radiant. Oh, you don't like Radiant, okay. I have a Radiant weapon. I could try to use that. This is fire. My Radiant is a bonk. Yeah, my Radiant is a bonk. 1d4 Radiant. Oh, invisibility. How good that your good eye can see invisible foes. Look, at this point, I don't know if I want to thank Volo or hate him still. Harper Jonas. All of them is Shadow. Harper Caro, so we have teammates still. Shadow Cursed Undead. Temporarily hostile? Level 5 zombie. Necrotic resistance. Extra attack. Okay. Let's try to kill the shadows first. Oh, this is actually spooky. So everyone needs a torch. Okay. Good thing I have extra. I'm not doing any damage. Oh, resistant. Everything is resistant. Ah, this is bad. Bong bong. I don't like the noises. Thanks for the boob, Evie. Without a light source, you would take necrotic damage every turn. This damage doubles each time you are affected by the shadow curse. Fuck me. Oh fuck. I am not ready for this. Oh my god, I am so not ready for this. No, I am not ready. I am not ready. Jonas, no, what are you doing? Shoot him. She who does not like the noises maketh them shut of upward by force. Yeah, these are very scary to say the least. I am shaking in my boots. I'm shaking in my boots. Nice, we got the radiant attack. Oh, that's really good. That's a lot of damage.
Shit. The shadows. Make every strike count.
%. I'll try it. Gonna lurk a bit, need to do some chores. Okay, good luck with chores. That is a shitload of damage. Gonna mass heal. Baldur started. Actually, I need to close the curtains real quick. It's messing up my mouse. I don't like it. Just a few seconds. An entire area full of more shadows for you to be a prey. Closing curtains while finding shadows. I have to. It's messing up my mouse inputs and also yeah everything. I don't know why my mouse is like very. Why is a shadow vestige? I don't know what this is.
Not the right moment.
Not the right moment. Okay. Let's stay here for now. The three of us can like stay here. There's like 2 up here, I believe. I'm sorry, this is actually very scary, and the music is so damn good as well.
Think you can take me on?
Damn. Thing is infrared from mouse and infrared from sun kind of fight. Oh, that's why. Hi, Narix.
Can you feel death's cold grip? Just like old times. Moving. They won't know what bit them.
Shit. Okay, we have non-lethal. Oh, you're using Astarion? Yeah, I found Astarion when I was backtracking. It's like, yeah, why not? Low easy damage. Yeah, we're not here when everything is hiding. I don't know where they are. Fuck. Hello, and your turn. Fuck Gil, TOS, hey yo, not in public. I didn't see one here, I'm stupid. No. I'm just gonna attack.
There's blood in the air.
Damn. Damn, damage. She was an enemy on the goblin camp. She ate 70 damage on turn 1 and died. Oops. Too strong. Not good to kill paladin. I have friend very strong. Didn't realize after I killed her. I mean I don't know about. Oh, after long rest. Shit, I cannot use that anymore. Does this like work? Oh, I'm gonna try it afterwards. Bonker with torch. No damage, let's go. Yep. Come on, man. Do you not have turn undead? Do I have turn undead?
No time for mercy.
Double torch. Let's go. Damage.
Well done. Now we've got to move. I know a safe place. Give me your map. Keep your torch high. If you step into the shadows, you'll be felled in a heartbeat.
You may be as vulnerable as the lost lamb in the place, but Lady Sharp protects me. Say place? You mean somewhere the shadows can penetrate?
That's right. Protected by magic. Only spot in the region that's not been swallowed up by this damn curse. Light will save you here on the outskirts, but a few paces deeper you're screwed. If you want to catch your breath, the inn's the only place to do it. Hope to see you there. Harpers, move out!
Oh, oops. Why did you become... Why did you become enemy? Stupid! Why you stand outside for so long? Look at what you become. You become the enemy you sworn to not become. Stupid! Even the torch cannot save you now. Oh my god. Alright, can I try? Music is really good though, yeah. I was going to mention though, to be honest, I was going to mention that the music in Baldur's Gate 3 is not very you know what I mean, not very but this, after going to Act 2, yeah, the music is really kicking in. Sorry, man. Alright, everyone hold the torch. Except for Shadowheart, because she doesn't need one. I'll use my double torch. Yeah. Double torch seems pretty strong. The game is like, here's a torch, here's a torch, here's a torch, all the torch for you. It's a sign you need these torches. Like, alright, I get it now. I get it. Harper Blade. Shadow Vestige?
You see a man stalking slowly through the woods, bow half drawn. If he bags a deer, the whole family will be kept fed all winter.
Are you saying all these shadows are different beings that got swallowed by... Oh my god.
You see an older woman on her knees scrubbing the floor of an inn. The patrons made a mess of things again the night before. In her former life, this girl played in the nearby woods. She was always the best at climbing trees. He had dreams of boarding a ship in Baldur's Gate and seeing the world. But then the darkness came. You sense a young woman gazing at moonrise towers in awe. Perhaps one day she will get to gaze out from atop it, she hopes.
Scary. I'll do it.
That helped.
The image of an orange-haired cat asleep before a fireplace comes to you. What came of it?
Even a cat can become this? Even a cat? Shit, alright. Fuck, yeah, this is very scary. None are spared? Well, true.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
Cool. Just a little scared. Very scared. Actually, I'm very scared.
A couple turns should do it.
The darkness, it just kind of comes and absorbs, then it stays. So mean. Konnichiwa, cutie. Konnichiwa, Nita. Hello. Oh god. Hope you are very genki desu. Nice. Hmm?
This grave is a mess. Probably an animal's doing. Paw prints? Where do they lead?
You want me to jump down there? Oh, that one. There's an offline version now. According to Nita on stream, the offline version doesn't exist other than in Japan. It's like exclusive in Japan only. To my understanding, that is. Since my Japanese knowledge is very limited.
What's that hiding in the dirt?
Oh. I keep spamming jump, I accidentally damage myself. Whoa. Well deserved. Spoiled treacle tart. Oh god. Oh, that's ad break. Oops. Yes, alright. Good to know. Good to know. I still can understand. I mean, of course, that's because there's the translator in the stream. For sure, you will stop spam still. Were you trying the extra jumping range? I haven't drank the potion yet. Potion of glorious vaulting, right? It's like triple the jump. Triple the jump range. Sounds fun too. Who's Mintara? See, no one knows who Mintara is because like when we first meet Mintara, we initiate fight. I'm pretty sure Roxas is like way further. Well, I'm pretty sure anyway. Or I could be wrong. I don't know. Never story calls co-op. Shit, wait a minute. So radiant damage shines here, right? Let's use this. I can't even accept the growth in Act 1. Oh my god. I just finished Act 1. Just finished. Hopper Journal. We are running around trying to find the borders of that blight. The ruins east of last night proved to be highly dangerous, with deep biting shadows. Another suspicious one is that house on the hillock a little further on. It seems dark and empty, but voices come from there. One of the others swears to me that he heard a child's laughter, and saw Githyanki warriors approach the house from a distance. Surely his imagination must be getting the better of him out there. Scary. I didn't know in one turn KO, huh? And only realized because she had an alchemy pouch on the body. Yeah, I should raise the grove to the ground. I mean, you can. Make sure to kill the ring, the money stealing kid. Yes, kill all. Oh god. I'm stuck. Wait, night orchid? Flower. How do you guys ever play this game so fast? Your tendency will be great in some Fallout games. They reward you with tougher limbs for crippling limb 50 times, and Fallout damage is great for legs. I was going for knocking out everyone in my solo playthrough. Oh, knocking out? Yo. Is this... Hi.
Where lies your guilt?
The waning moan.
Hi. Ready yourself for a fight. Play with the dead, Ari. How charming. I met few who can also commune with the dead. Not many people out there in the darkness.
And I have met few who stand so tall and fearless in the face of the unknown. Be on your way, brave soul.
Do I know you speak for animals?
Fair point. Perhaps this one could assist us.
Your eyes is dark as fuck. I don't trust you.
Lie silent. The raven asks, will you be their voice?
A storm is like 70% of your party's damage, as he should be, to the point where his 70% is more than the enemy's HP. Oh god. Steven played one Fallout game, same. Never heard of them too. No, Rush, too many great media to experience for everything. Depends who murdered this woman. Speak plainly. What are you talking about? Why does the Raven want to know? Monk? Monk, death often comes for a reason I've killed before. Does that make me a murderer? Do I look like a murderer? I will speak as a monk.
Depends. Did those you killed trust you? Care for you? This woman tended a bar where she took her patrons, her friends, into her confidence. Promised their secrets were safe with her. Yet she turned their words into knives and stabbed them in the back. They died because of her. And to this day, her victims lie unavenged.
I doubt you're here. I doubt you are here out of the goodness of your heart. Sounds like she must be punished thoroughly. She said, how much more can she pay? You have 31 gold. Return at once. 35 gold for a node? I'll kill you where you stand. We was initially so sad when you saw a rogue vampire and went nope, then we wonder how you get by. I did get by, a little tough, but in the end it kinda works. She's dead, how much more can she pay?
Death is not the end, merely another beginning. I seek a record of this one's crimes, written in her own hand. Through it, I can summon her spirit and force her to face trial for her crimes.
You're not an impartial judge. Why have you decided her guilt already? Kill the dead, kill the killed dead, kill the killed dead again and again. What? You're not an impartial judge. Why have you decided her guilt already?
My reasons are of no consequence.
5?
Your soul sparks
Oh, it's already
with
5 p.m.
justice, with fortitude. This is your chance to bring a murderer to justice, to avenge her victims. Will you take it?
I don't trust you.
Dinner when?
About 7. Or 6.5 at you know, actually 6.5 at the latest, I think. So I have to end at about 5:30 to 6. You know what? As long as I get paid.
The death of heroism is close, I see.
Eat where? High City.
The one she
Eat
calls
at
the
Sushi
Waning
Mentai.
Find the ledger and bring it to me.
I do not trust him. About 39 more minutes. Fuck. Got new sushi place or go back to Brunei open soon. The Brunei one is Escapade, I think. There's one Escapade in Taman Selera here lah, in Miri also, but it's like, I mean the price is Waterfront. Oh shit, I don't know where Waterfront is. New brunch open now. I think there's only like one. Oh wait, no, it's not. It's not at Waterfront. Where is it? Where is it? In. I only know it's like there's Damasalera. Damasalera. It's close to. It's the road to Sibudi, but Sibudi is like super far away. I don't know if there's a new brunch, but there's like one Escapade only. But yeah, Sushi Mentai is more affordable. Mine. Cannot reach this. Are you? Oh my god, okay, fine. I haven't stopped by your stream lately. Are you still playing Fall Guys? Because every time you stream, it's like, oh, I'm so sleepy. It's kind of late. Not Waterfront. Escape Japanese cuisine. Yeah, Tanjong Lobang. Yeah, Tanjong Lobang. I forgot. Sorry. To think that I'm a Miriam. Yes, got Final Fantasy 14 Game Pass. Yo? Is it a Fall Guys collab or is it like actual Final Fantasy 14 game? It's a big pass. Oh, wait, are they collabing? That's kinda huge. Got Feta Chocobo? Oh my god. Why is it 16? Oh, EG. Never fear. If you play Final Fantasy 14, there's a Fall Guy level in there as well. Well, there you go. Those in the chat, those who play Final Fantasy 14. I mean, I don't play it myself. But hey, a collab content is always cool. Stuff bear. Ooh. Child's diary? Oh god. What have I stumbled upon? Dear diary. Well, it's another horrible day. Dad promised if I didn't like it in Leafwin, we could leave. But here we are. I told him about 100 times or more that I wanted to go back to El Turo. But he said he promised his boss to stay until some project was done. Well, who cares about the boss? I want to go. He's ruining my life and he doesn't even care. His boss is a man named Kithrik, and my dad said we are allowed to be in this town as long as we don't let on that we are not a Shard family. I just don't say much at school or with the other kids. I don't know what it really means to be a Shard family. Or why we are
Did you know
not
that
alone.
the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV has a free trial?
Yeah?
It includes the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward expansion up to level 60 with no restrictions on playtime? Sign up and enjoy Eorzea today.
Eorzea?
https://secure-square-enix.com/account/app/svc/ffx of register $LNG equals N-GB.
Cool. I know about that. Just want to go to the outro. It's a child's diary. Fuck. It's a child's skeleton. I mean, the game was morbid and now it's just spooky. That's not right. Okay, that's not a place to go. I guess it's just some sort of a world building. Jump. Let me come back here again. He who
This one
was?
is a murderer who walks free. She deserves to be punished. Or will you deny her victims peace?
You already told me what to do. Shut up. Find the ledger. He who was wants to bring justice to the victims of a murderer. To do so, he needs a ledger belonging to this killer. It is hidden in the waning moon. Oh my god, wait, I can still teleport back? Okay. I don't know, I feel like Hag would love this place. Baghida's diary. Would Hag be affected by Shadow Curse? Most likely. I need to rest, I will make it, but if I don't let these words tell my story. The curse came, most ran, my run included, but I spent too long in the trenches of this town building up what little I had to let go. It took when I could and the Baron followed. I was slower, but I made it, nearly. God's damn barrel broke, but I'm nearly out. Just need one last rest, a brief or two, and to tell my story. Well, I see a skeleton.
Anything of use?
I don't like it. This place is spooky.
What's that?
More key. Oh my god, all of us failed perception check.
North, Last Light Inn. South, Risen Road. West, Rythwin Town.
It's gonna be a trap here. Yeah, fuck. I didn't save. Let's go. Oh my god, we're surprised. Ow. Fuck, this is bad. Resistance to necrotic? Okay, you are easy kill then. Come here. Oh, we take those. Yeah. Okay, we don't take those then. There's no way to hide. Where are you looking? I cannot stay too far as well because I'm gonna get shadow cursed. Yeah, this is where Astarin's gonna suffer a little bit.
On the way. A subtle approach.
Too far. Too close. Nice. Yeah, I'll kill one. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Apa kamu buat? Kenapa? I should go and threaten them. Damn, ow. Rage. Yeah, let's do a rage. Rage them Shadow Legends. Raid Shadow Legends.
Close ranks.
Climb up, climb up. Climbing strike. Get him! Hey, yo, fuck. Do it again. Cool. Eat this. Cool. Did you just explode? You just explode, didn't you? Well, I'm gonna kill still. I'm dead. Or not. Oh fuck. Why do you keep missing?
Spill some blood. Just like old times. Over here.
1 health. Nice. No, Astara is too far. Bonk. Please be gentle. It took 10 years for you to get up. Oh my god. That. Why is it not painful? I mean, I don't care. I'm killing you first. Let's go, Barbarian. Nice. Nice. I'm gonna disengage.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Can you understand what I say? Oh, you can. 55%. Oh, wait. Oh, that's Tasha's hideous laughter. Let me try killing you with this.
Note this trunk of lies.
We did it! Ichi!
The dance macabre. Now they see me.
Wait, why are you alive again? Okay, now you're dead?
We'll do it my way.
Oh, hi Jade. Throw shiny at Kobo. Oh my god! I will catch the shiny and store them. I'll take it.
To keep fighting.
3 to 10, 3 to 10.
22 minutes remain.
No, not like this. Bonus action. Saving throw. Poison damage. Why not? You. I forgot about that. Nice. Yep. Boom.
Cry about it.
Boom. I should probably run away. Karnak is dying.
Tactical.
Ow. Yeah, why not? Oh, okay. I was like, it's gonna explode. I'm gonna die. Listen here, stupid.
Behold the fool of fools.
The fool of fools. Behold, the fool of fools. Heal.
A welcome rest.
Okay, not too bad, not too bad.
T10 minutes remaining. Nuclear warhead launch IMM Annette.
Help. I am Eminem. I am Eminem. Hey yo. That looks shiny. No, right, TTS? Yeah, I don't have the Brian TTS or something else. But mostly people use the Brian TTS, which I don't have. Because most of the bot that uses Brian TTS apparently needs money, or else it will be limited.
No traps, please.
Hello, giant finger, alright.
Yippee!
But this works.
Still breathing, despite everything.
It can yip though, yeah. The most important thing must yip.
Yippee! I-O-U-A-E-I-O-U-A-E-I-O-U-A-E-I-O-U.
Help. Oh, I was here, okay. It does fulfill its cowboy expectations. It totally does. 100%. Yeah.
Open up.
Yeah. Oh god, rotten lemon.
Yep.
Yep.
Yippee-o-ee-o-ee-o-ee-o-ee-o.
High legs.
E-O-E-O-E-P.
Yoy.
It belongs to the shadows now. Better if it's just left alone.
Help. I'm sorry, I should have listened. I should have listened. I should have listened. Help. I should. Oh my god, I'm getting swarmed. I should have listened. I should have listened. I'm so sorry. Not like this. Oh god. No. Help. Oh my god. I should have listened. How much health do they have? Oh, 1 health? You're okay. Alright, this is gonna hurt a bit, but I'm sure it's gonna be fine, yes? Oh, I'm inspired. Let's go. Go get him. This looks bad. Hi. How you doing, Lex? Kill 5 enemy in a single round. Let's go. It's okay, just hit them. Yeet. 1 kill is 1 killed. It's gonna hurt a bit. You know, it's gonna hurt a bit, but I'm sure it's gonna be fine. Sorry about that. Ow. Bumps in the dark. Okay, all's well that ends well. I'm okay, trying to wake up. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday too. Yeah. Conquer 3 combat encounters in the Shadow Cursed Land.
Don't worry, it's fine, Merskwa 5 fine.
Yeah, don't worry, it's fine. It just hurts a little bit. Help, it says? This letter is written on a scrap of paper. Blood and age have made it near illegible in parts. Help! A darkness has rolled into Reefwind and cutting us off on all sides. We send people through, but no one can make it more than a few steps before the words are obscured by a drop of blood. This letter is our last hope. Send help, anyone from anywhere. I beg of you, I will renounce Our Lady Lost and kiss the Moon Maiden's feet if that's what it takes. Just don't let the darkness take us. Oh. Help worked? I don't know if the help actually worked. Come on. Come on. Not even a single shiny? And these birds are not doing their job well, jeez. Oh god. Can I long rest in this place? Can I find a long rest? And not getting bit by Astarion again? Charming little egg. Charming little egg, huh? Mine. I'm sure it's fine.
Don't keep me out.
Nice. Ooh, that's kind of loud. Mine. Money. Oh, what's wrong? Astarion cannot jump up? Use your legs. Alright, let's do a long rest and I'm probably gonna stop here for today. Gonna have a little family dinner tonight.
13 minutes remaining. Lucky number.
Is 13 lucky? Uh-oh. I don't like you. Ah, fuck, it's you again. What you want?
Playtime's over, pet. Oh, I love this time of year. The dickheads start popping up wherever you look.
Yeah.
What do you want, Mizora?
Drop the attitude and perk up your ears. You've got a new mission. Absolute's cult has gone and grabbed one of Zariel's assets. A devil. And a powerful one at that. They're locked up in the cult's fortress, Moonrise Towers. And you're getting them out.
Zariel is bad, right? According to my team, Will hates Zariel, and Karlach abhors Zariel. Shadowheart remains neutral, I think. And depends, nightmares are working out. Should be fine. Something more serious for your best layout. If you're not sure and concerned, it's best to check with a doctor or physical therapist. Sounds about right. Okay, I go first here. Okay. Bye bye, CT. Given mine doesn't seem like muscle. Me wait for now then. Okay, so this if this devil is so powerful, how did they manage to get captured? Yeah.
Will, your playmates wasting precious time. Let's see about getting their priorities fixed.
I'll fucking kill you.
Clause Z, Section 13. Should promised soul refuse obeyance or neglect duty, the pact holder shall cast the promised into Avernus as a lemure. I'll make it simple. Will fails or refuses, and he turns to a thick blob of stink flesh and sinks to Avernus. Now, be a good boy and play fetch, pup, or you'll spend an eternity sizzling in the hells.
Mizora's words may be flippant, but they are tinged with desperation. She cannot afford for Will to fail this mission. This may be your best chance to negotiate Will out of his pact.
Ooh, okay. We'll rescue your asset on one condition.
Oh, and what condition is that?
Your mind links with Will's, drawn in by his increasing panic.
Will is scared. What are you doing? You and Will's pack and go your separate ways. Shake your head, never mind. You do as his Mercer says. Respond to Will in your mind. Trust me.
Will relaxes, and your connection fades.
Mizora, we'll rescue this asset if you release Will from this pact.
Interesting. Now, why should I go letting my favorite pet off his leash?
Performance. Say you know a pact breaking charm and chant a series of pseudo infernal phrases. History. Remember all you can about devils in the contract. Oh god. Intimidation. I'm gonna fold my hand. We could always let the cult infect the asset. I bet they'll make a loyal throw. I mean, intimidation has +3 on my end. But performance is funny though. Like performance is actually funny. Like chance of pseudo infernal phrases like, I bet you think I don't know infernal phrases. Literally from Avernus here, stupid. Okay, I'm gonna try intimidation. Oh fuck. Oh fucking it's 14. Let's go! Ichi! Miso or streamer failed this check, so all they could do was say yep. Oh, that's sad. Barely.
Incredible. You actually think you hold the winning hand?
Yeah.
Fine. I'll play your game. But I amend the pact once the mission's done, not before. Clause F, Section 9. Soulbinder shall bestow reward or favor only upon soul-bearer's fulfillment of related obligation.
Oh my god, I hate this bitch so much.
To Moonrise, pet. And do mind the shadows. They've been especially hungry.
I hate this bitch. Talk about all the laws and shit. So boring, but it works. I hate it. It works so well. And I hate it. Scratchu!
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Yeah. Oh my god, pet the dog, pet the dog. I mean, being lawful evil makes for a terrific lawyer. Sounds about right, to be honest. Need laws for pacts? A pact without laws is chaos. Yeah, true. I guess she's doing a good job at it, just being a dick. Go get him! The spin throw! Oh, the doggo is coming! Oh god, the doggo is coming! Oh god, the doggo is coming! Oh. Oh, Scratchu.
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Scratchu. You know, at some point I should really just like, you know, I do upload all these VODs into YouTube. Maybe all the thumbnails should be just me petting Scratch. Like every single thumbnail the same. I should do that. Oh, hi Astarion. Oh my god, you're bloody as hell.
The broken, the beaten, the desperate. The perfect preying ground for a devil who offers a way out for those who sign on the dotted line. I hope we end up seeing our friend Raphael down here somewhere.
Raphael. That fiend is far from our friend. Why do you want to see him?
Help me find him, and you'll find out.
Don't
When I
tell me.
was taken to his house, I was caught off guard. But now I know what to ask for.
Are you gonna... Your funeral, but why not? Not unless you tell me what you're planning. What bad ideas though you want, this is definitely one of the worst. Why are you trying? Why are you trying to... You know that it's bad to deal with the devil and we are not on our wits' end. Why do you want to do this? We're not on our wits' end yet. Your funeral, but why not? Sure, I want to see how this plays out. Not unless you tell me what you're planning.
All in due time, but not now. I'm sure he'll turn up at one point or another.
I don't appreciate that, Astarion.
It feels like we're being watched. Hunted, even. But there's nothing out there. Only more darkness. I much prefer it when I'm the one prowling in the shadows. About to strike. Sorry, did you want something? Or just looking for a distraction?
You look mighty bloody. I'm a little concerned. Just a little.
I've never seen such a concentration of shadow magic. We must forge on, but carefully. It will corrupt any who lack the power to control it.
Can you control your Gale? What's so different about shadow magic?
It is the very antithesis of all the weave stands for. A magic of confusion and corruption, drawn forth only by those desperate or damned enough to accept its degradations. Followers of Mystra, those who call on the true weave, are expressly forbidden to indulge it.
Ah, no wonder you are so up in the bell about it. Today we pet the dog in the dangerous woods. Petting a dog in the dank bog? How fast can you pet doggo? The answer may surprise you. Oh my god. 88 miles per petting? Damn, that's speed. These shadows are blind. Only one already tainted with evil would seek to use such magic.
Not necessarily. Magic has no inherent morality. Its effect is entirely down to the inclinations of the wielder. Even Mystra herself abstains from passing judgment on those who use the weave. Her job is to ensure magic exists, not to dictate the purposes to which it is applied. There's no denying a certain perfume of decay hangs over such dark magic, but that isn't to say it can't be put to good use. Or at the very least, neutral use. Now, I think it's time we moved on to lighter subjects, for we too are lost to the darkness. Was there anything else?
Nah, we good. We good. We good. Oh, hi.
You smell very delicious, but I will not bite you.
Just don't become shadow thing. More. just don't become shadow thing. That's all I ask.
This place. There's a power in these shadows. I can sense it. It's ancient. Familiar.
Remember when you told me night orchids were your favorite flowers? Yeah, I found some.
Rings a bell? Why?
It just so happens I have one right here.
Oh, hells. You didn't pick that by hand, did you? They're deadly poisonous. Joking. They're safe. And beautiful.
Aw, Shadowheart.
Thank you. I don't have anything to give you in return, I'm afraid.
It's okay. It's just a token. I don't expect anything in return. Yeah, I don't expect anything. Actually, I don't care about you. You are not even a Dragonborn. Shut the fuck up. Imagine how scary the mother would be a shadow, or dragon, or goblins. Fuck. I mean, it might be possible to see a dragon engulf in shadow, no?
Well, perhaps I can come up with something later, all the same.
Appreciate it. To bloom in darkest night.
But that will fit in my pack.
It's just a token. I don't expect anything in return because I don't care about you. No, too blunt, too blunt. Too blunt. But true.
God damn it! Why did it have to be Mizora? Why did it have to be Zariel? We're supposed to risk our necks to get one of her assets? What if it's a runaway like me? Or something far worse?
You heard Mizora, that's the last thing Will has to do for her, then he's free. After all, Will's sacrifice to save you, it's time to repay the favor. If you don't help, Mizora will turn Will into a mirror. Could you live with that? We'll cross that bridge when we get there. You heard Mizora, this is the last thing Will has to do for her, then he's free. But I'm just afraid this last thing is probably gonna be the most feared one. Or the most stupid one.
I want to believe that as much as you do. Almost as much as Will does. But I just know there will be more to the story. There always is.
It's a bad idea to play games with the devil. You'd never win. Not ever.
Yeah, true. Ooh, almost guaranteed there's something far worse. Worse being subjective.
Already feeling better.
The more bullshit she pours, the more of it I'm forced to swallow. Mizora set me on fiends inside and outside the Hells. She's never ordered a rescue. Gods. She makes a mockery of everything the Blade stands for. Such an asshole.
An asshole. Continue. I don't have a choice here. Continue.
Thank you for sticking your neck out for me. I mean it, but I'm not going to celebrate till I'm actually free.
Fair.
Can already feel her scheming. She won't let me go without a fuss. Trust me on this.
100%. 200% actually. It's not you have a choice. Do the mission on Rod and Hells. I thought you were supposed to hunt devils. Doesn't this violate your contract? Any idea who this devil is that needs freeing? Yeah, doesn't this violate your contract?
The same thought crossed my mind. I'm only to hunt the infernal, the demonic, and the heartless. But nowhere was it stated that I can't help one. Either we find it, or I'm made a mindless blob clawing at demons on the front line of the blood war.
That's horrifying. I'm so sorry. So, you're bound to be a lemur no matter what? Everything you're accused of kind of being, I'm not sorry for you. I mean, sorry here doesn't really help as much. If it's a Raphael levels of force, then it's actually I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, you mean too much to Sword Coast.
And it means everything to me. I always knew what my future held, and I know I chose right.
Right.
Do you feel that? I've never felt so cold, and that's me. This place will swallow us whole if we let it. Stick close to Mama Kay.
Yes, I will, mommy. What? Yeah, Yeah,
Hold close to the light and keep the shadows at bay.
Thanks. Hi, Laziel.
I sought to reach a Githyanki creche and be rid of these tadpoles. Now we stalk forgotten lands haunted by darkness.
Yeah, it's fine. Yes. Mappa Cage? Yeah, car looks great. I deserve that quote. Oh wait, where's Halsin? Halsin should have something to say about all of these, right? There you are. The big man.
You wish to speak?
Oh, it's the same thing. Okay. Yeah, I guess there's not much for now. Mama K. That's why I love Karlach so much too. Too bad she's not a dragonborn, but I'll take it still. If only she's a dragonborn, that would be great. Well, pickaxe is too heavy. I'm just gonna waste them. Now me doing squats, not as good as running, but still 40 to 80 if me does 200. Alright. Oh, we're going back to the dream. No dragonborn, but still very hot.
Absolute is strong here, and getting stronger.
How you doing?
I don't know how much longer I can resist it.
I don't know, but you look good.
But it's good to see you're making progress.
Kinda.
You took an unexpected route here. You did a brave thing, saving those people in the grove.
Are we still about the grove? Don't worry, it's my guardian. It's my guardian. It wasn't even a choice, they needed my help. I did what I could, but I'm not sure they'll survive out there on their own. It was a waste of time, I regret it now. I didn't do it for them, the goblins were in my way, so I killed them. I did what I could, but I'm not sure if they'll survive out there on their own.
Don't be so hard on yourself. It's not your fault the world is wicked. You did the right thing. It just doesn't stop. We are being bombarded by waves of telepathic energy. Wave after wave with hardly a breath between them. I almost dare not rest. Each wave a set of orders to the infected. The order for your transformation has been given many times already. I just hope my powers last long enough to see this through.
I'm sure you'll be fine. Bottoms up. Long rest using only alcohol, a time on the dwarven trip. I didn't use only alcohol, I used all meat. I used all meat, not alcohol. No, meat.
The dog is unable to speak through the small bag he holds in his mouth.
Oh my god, Scratcho! Squats for every... yeah, I still have that on disabled currently. I should re-enable it. I'm feeling okay now. What you got there, Scratch?
I don't know. Maybe you can tell me.
Salami?
All I know is I thought of you when I saw it.
You gave me a salami! Oh my god! The Scratch is too precious. I cannot. I'm going to fucking melt. I will fucking melt. Oh my god.
Meat, not meat. These so meaty. Do it now.
What's the meat you use? Perhaps rum ham? I don't know, it's all pigheads. Pigheads and pork loin. I got the salami! Oh my god. Add to where? Send to camp. Is there a way to lock items? Okay, this one, in this salami, in the top right, in the camping supplies, will not be touched. And that one bone, one of these bone.
Open salami.
Open salami. Sorting salami. Yep. Cool. Sound design is so cool.
There is no help. Only meat, mead, and salami. Hayaba shocked.
Hayaba shocked. Gotta love the Hayaba shocked. Blessing of Saloon. What is that? Saloon's radius protects against the lesser effect of the shadow curse, but beware, even her light cannot guard against the darker shadows. Meeting salami. So all meat counts as alcohol? How do I check for achievements in this game? Here. Yeah. Long rest using only alcohol, a time-honored dwarven tradition. Rum ham does? I don't think it's rum ham. I don't get it. It's okay. Scratch.
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god, the scratch. Oh. I love you, Scratch. Oh my god. Oh. Scratch. Yeah.
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
It's so cute. I love Scratcho. They need to feed a rum ham. Petting future salami. No. No. Scratch is not future salami. Take that back. Take that back. No. No. Not Scratcho.
Let's get on with it.
Minus 13 minutes remaining.
Oops. Okay. All good. We can continue this tomorrow. Yay. Made good progress today. Petting future salami is the scariest thing I ever heard. Alright, I'll be quick this time. Maybe I kind of want to play Terraria someday. You know, go back to playing Terraria, but I don't know how I feel about that. And if I want to go back to Terraria, I think I might want to just like do it solo first for now, because you know the game is very, very expansive. You know, a vast world to explore in the world of Terraria. So I think, yeah, I think going through the game alone, not my first playthrough, would be a good idea. You know, would be a good idea. Thank you for streaming, Big Kobold. Oh my god. Thanks for streaming. Thank you. Thank you as well. Small but dense world. Yeah. Oh, I have been listening to... Yeah, I've been listening to lo-fi for a certain animals only on YouTube. Like this one. It's for werewolf. Let's hope this will not get copyrighted, but if it does, then it's okay. She's probably just gonna mute it. But yeah, I've been listening to this one. Very, very adorbs. And I've been listening to lo-fi music when I sleep as well. Feels good. Feels good. Plus some plus some fart noises, all good. Tasty jams, yeah. Speaking of music, yes, one must have Terraria mod. Let me check this one. Fun city music? What is this? Terraria Underground Osok cover? This hits different. Replaces the underground theme with the version sang by Osok. People are saying that banger, banger, literally banger. I'm gonna start using music boxes now. I clicked the link of this video faster than my health drop in legendary mode. What the fuck? Everyone is saying this mod is legendary, banger. Who's Osok? I need this. I'm gonna subscribe to this right now. Oh shit, I cannot have this. Let me do this right now because I'm afraid I'm gonna forget tonight. Well, speaking of, I want to do it fast. Not gonna happen, I guess. Okay, there it is, this one. Subscribe. I have subscribed to ED. There we go. Now we just need to import it to Tmod Loader. Leboop, oh my god. Botster? I haven't read the Botster in a while, right? Oh my god, order Leboops. I'm gonna. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Resident Evil Remaster Remake? Ooh. Oh my god. So many Leboop. Help. The boop's gone. Why? Oh, no. The boop has been denied. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually not gonna plug anything today. I just want to type the raid to bot immediately. Don't worry about it. Tomorrow I'll don't worry. Oh my god. They stack. Oh yeah, thanks for that, Pinky. Yeah, I do have a Discord and socials. Whoa. Whoa. The poop and pets. Oh my god. We take those. We take those. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. It's so good. I'm gonna melt. Help. And don't stop. I don't know why, like, when it gets redeemed too much, it just like breaks. I don't like that, but it's okay. Okay, I type in the rate. So tomorrow I'll play more Baldur's Gate na, same time.
Melt the kobold. Make smoothie.
Maybe
Godro
not.
bongo.
Need the scratch ears one. But my ears are too slow. Belly rubs? Oh, pet my tail. I think I can do that. Tail petting is top tier, by the way. Like, have you seen how thick my tail is? I love that. Thick tails, so important. Okay. I'm gonna go now. I'm gonna go get family dinner. So tomorrow I'll play more Baldur's Gate. I want to like actually see this through. I want to play through this game like to its entirety. Good night, Becky. Thanks for hanging around. Thank you all. Alright. It's nice and thick, yeah. So before the raid, I want to say Thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. Right. Know that you guys are loved, valid, and matter. Very, very valuable. Love you all. Okay? Here comes story to Baldur, who's playing Resident Evil right now. A remake. With 10 controls, I believe. Oh my god. Here comes the raid. Boom. Stinky. Ooh, that's a big one. Why not? Why not? Mmm. Oh. Oh. Oh my god, like Stinky. Help. Yeah. So many O's. Oh no. Oh no. How many gnomes are there? There's too many gnomes. Oh god. Alright, see you guys
Less than
tomorrow.
3.
Bye bye. Love y'all. Be safe. Bye bye. Ooh.